recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
That's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
They both know this is a draw.
Yeah, there's the handshake. It is a split point, which means Jan Nepomniachtchi keeps his 1-point advantage in this match.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
The path to come back is getting narrow now. With just 3 games, he will have to take maximum risk.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
Welcome to the 2023 FIDE World Championship match. We are in cool Astana, but the temperatures are rising inside the halls of the St. Regis Hotel. And that is where the action happens. We will take you live to the playing arena. In moments from now, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren will arrive. It is the final phase of the World Championship match, and we are expecting a fiery Game 12. I am International Master Tanya Sachdev alongside my co-commentators and good friends, Grandmaster Robert Hess and Super Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Welcome, guys. The World Championship match resumes after the rest day. And now chat got some sleep. We as commentators got some sleep. Fabi, you've been on this stage. At this point, are the players getting any sleep?
I hope they're getting some sleep. They're certainly going to need the energy today, and coming into the final super crucial games, they're going to need all the rest that they can get to have the energy to potentially win this World Championship.
Robert, what's that been like for you? Sleepless in New York, calling the chess action? Is that the American dream?
Well, no sleep for the weary. Thankfully, I have leftover preparation for the 2021 World Championship. I may not have been playing, but Fabiano and I were up at the crack of dawn every single morning. And so I'm ready. I hope Ding Liren is ready because he cannot be sleepy at the board today.
Yeah, he needs to be. Well, time is running out. Just 3 games remain. Ding needs to find his chances to equalize. The match saw 5 decisive results in the first half. An explosive start. It was fire on board right from the opening phase. Big surprises in the opening, big time scrambles, big risks. But going into the second half, after 4 back-to-back victories that we saw, well, it's been a very stable affair. The players have been playing with caution. They have been playing solid chess, confident draws there, and it has coincided with a rumored potential preparation leak of training games. Hikaru Nakamura said it is an unprecedented World Championship prep leak. Well, has the last 4 draws, Fabi, bought that time for Team Ding to come up with fresh opening ideas? Was that the strategy with the cautious approach that we saw from Ding?
I think that we've seen with Ding's recent white approaches, and he's trying to feel Jan out and trying to feel out where there might be some weakness in the repertoire, but it generally feels like he has run out of ideas, and he kind of alluded to that a little bit in the press conference where he said that he will use the rest day to search for new ideas. And that suggests that the repertoire that was built up over the months and months of preparation before the match has run out. That's normal in a very long match. You can't create a million opening ideas with the white pieces or with the black pieces. At some point they run out, and I think near the end of the match, both players have started to slow down a bit with their opening approach. Also, we saw Jan playing rather steady, quiet, slightly poisonous lines, but nothing super direct or threatening in the last few games.
And Ding Liren has been open, honest, respectful, emotional during those post-game press conferences. He's going to need to have the game be open. He's going to have to leave his emotions out there on the board today. He's going to have to be vicious, no more respect for his opponent, because Ding Liren needs a win, and he needs it now. There are only 3 games remaining in this match.
Ding is running out of time. He is running out of games to make that comeback for Jan Nepomniachtchi. His ultimate dream is just 3 games away. He doesn't need to win a game. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't lose one. Robert, Jan's got to be feeling the nerves as well at this point.
He certainly must, because it's a childhood dream for him, hopefully about to come true. It's only 3 games away. He can see that. He can see the glory. He can see that prize. He can see the title that he has wanted his whole life. So yeah, for Jan Nepomniachtchi, I'm not sure how he was able to get any sleep either, and he's going to need to be well rested because Ding Liren is going to come punching today.
So close yet so far for Jan. And Katie, after game 11, did ask him if indeed the hardest part of the match was behind him. And Jan responded in disbelief.
You got to be kidding, no?
I'm not.
I mean, indeed, it's 3 games, and I should give it all, yeah, to do the job, let's say so. But of course, it's nothing anything it's over. Obviously not. It's pretty much unclear match, I think.
Of course, I will try my best in the last 3 games. Also, tomorrow will be a rest day. I have more time to prepare some extra idea.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, the job isn't over. He's still got work to do, but it essentially will be over if he can get 1 more win in. And these are the odds that the Chess.com stats team gives Jan based on the result of today's big game 12. Jan starts with the black pieces. If he wins, it will essentially mean match over. It says 98%. I wouldn't be surprised if it said 99.9% for that in that scenario. Impossible for Ding to make a comeback from a 2-point deficit. But for Jan, a draw is also a great result. With the black pieces, the big question, Fabi, for Jan's team will be to figure out where will Ding try to poke and prod out of the opening. How in a World Championship match can Team Jan and the team of seconds try to figure that out?
Well, I think the more interesting question is for Ding, in fact, because for Jan, it's I think going to be pretty standard going to the game with the black pieces. He is going to try to play normal repertoire, what he prepared before the match. He's not going to change anything up because changes take a lot of nervous energy and a lot of work, and you don't want to do that at the moment when I'm sure both players are super tired and they want to preserve energy as much as possible. For Ding, it's more a question of where can I search for new ideas, and I think generally speaking, you don't want to go into territory where you don't know where your opponent might be going. So he has information on what Jan wants to do in the English. He has information on what Jan wants to do in the Nimzo-Indian. Those are the places where I would be searching for ideas because at least you can kind of guess where your opponent will be trying to go. That would be my guess, one of those 2 openings, and I'm really thinking we might see another reverse Sicilian today, but who knows? At this stage in the match, all options are on the table.
Well, Ding needs to choose one. He needs to pick one. He needs to go for it. And with complete depth of preparation there, he has to create his chances. That's for sure. Team Jan has to take that solid approach. And Robert, Fabi is alluding to a 1c4 start. I want to ask you, apart from the opening phase, what's the one thing that you'd like to see from Ding today?
I would like to see him show no fear. Of course, the opening will play a part in that, but I also think that back in Game 7 and then in Game 8, he was nervous about the clock, and he was looking at the clock regularly, making sure that he didn't get into too much time trouble. So I want to see Ding just be loose. I want him to be able to play a game where it's must-win territory, starting to feel that way. But as he himself said, that he won the final game of the candidates over Hikaru Nakamura to earn his right to this World Championship. So he's proven that in the very last game, against all odds, he can get that dub. So I think that for Ding Liren, I want to see him come out fighting, not make a peaceful, solid draw. He really needs to throw everything but the kitchen sink at Jan Nepomniachtchi today.
Ding Liren has to do, well, it is a tough task for him, but time is running out. It is one of his final 2 whites today. The last time he won a game in this match was back in game 6. And while we saw a lot of back and forth and punches being traded by both these players in the first half, we see an extremely high accuracy rate there in the second half of the match. And to me, it looks like, well, chess, if played perfectly, draw is a natural conclusion. Is that what we saw happen, Robert, there in the last 4 games where we witnessed 4 draws? I'll be fighting once.
Yeah, because you'll see a bunch of games where the percentage is under 90, and that makes sense because one side has to make a mistake in order for the other to win. And game 8, that was a draw, but actually Ding Liren could have won that with proper execution when he could have taken a rook. So I think that the last few games, we've seen that elite super grandmaster chess that we all know and sometimes don't love because there are a lot of draws, but you can hardly fault the players because they're really not faulting at all.
And there we see Ding Liren has arrived. Some anti-cheating measures of FIDE with the international arbiter Gopa Kumar are in order, and they're going on. Big burning question, Fabi, will Jan return with the pink shirt?
Well, it's been working for him the last few games. He's been making solid draws, and that's what he needs at this stage in the match. As he said, he won't mind a draw with the black pieces at all, getting closer to the finish line. And I think for Ding, it's maybe already close to a must-win game, but he still has to straddle that line between, I really want to win this game, but I have to avoid a loss at all costs. While if you're in a pure must-win, you can just throw caution to the winds because it doesn't matter at that point. He's still at that point where he can't lose, and although he wants to win, still a draw would keep it more or less within that striking distance. But a loss is, as you said, turning into a pretty much desperate, practically hopeless situation.
It's such a tightrope to walk, and where you have to take this calculated risk. You have to create your chances. You have to get your opponent into complication, give him the chances to go wrong. But in that deep dark forest of Mikhail Tal, where 2 + 2 is equal to 5, it can indeed backfire for either of the 2 players. And we see Jan Nepomniachtchi, he does indeed return with the pink shirt. It's been working great for him. All he needs to do is to make sure that things are kept under control with the black pieces. Robert, for Ding, is it time to start playing every single game like his last?
I like what Fabiano was just saying there, that for Ding, he really wants to win, but he cannot afford a loss. And I'm thinking about this from Jan Nepomniachtchi's perspective, and not just because he would go full Damien from Mean Girl and say, I want my pink shirt back if someone took it away from him. He is doing what works well for him. That salmon-colored shirt has worked to perfection. He has not lost while wearing it, so he's got to keep rocking it. And I think for Ding Liren, yeah, he is going to just go into that forest. He's going to try to divert Jan into paths that are not so known to him, but easier said than done when Jan Nepomniachtchi is coming off not just 2 candidate victories, but it's his 2nd World Chess Championship, and he is extremely well prepared.
Yeah, wow. A big game 12 coming up. Chat, tell us, what do you think? Will we have a decisive result? Will Ding push too far? Will he be the one who it might backfire to? Now remember, if Ding loses at this point, it will be match over. He has to make sure that he gets his chances, but in a way that he can also keep things under control. He does have 1 more white, and it will come in that final game 14. While the players are getting ready to step into the playing arena, we still see the chairs are empty. They will be arriving any moment, taking off those jackets. Handshakes will happen. And once again, the big question will be, where has Team Ding found the chances to poke and to prod Jan out of the opening? Now, Fabi, we saw in the interview where, in fact, Ding said that he wants to look for these fresh ideas. You're suggesting a 1c4. Robert, I'm going to predict a 1d4. What's your prediction for move 1?
Well, I think I would be a bit silly not to just latch onto what Fabi said. I mean, that guy's played a World Championship match back in 2018. He's got elite preparation. So what he would do against Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think maybe Ding Liren should follow his advice. C4.
I was gonna say I might actually change my prediction.
Oof.
Don't
I
do
was
that.
I was
Come
thinking
on.
of doing that right before you said that, and now I'm like, I don't want to leave you, lying in the dirt alone with the C4 prediction. But I really like a Nimzo. It's kind of speaking to me now. A
Oh,
Nimzo with
wow.
E3, some sort of Rubinstein, maybe with A3. Some echoes of what we saw in that last game where Ding had super huge chances in the 8th game. That would be exciting. A Zamish variation, possibly. Maybe an F3 Nimzo. There's a lot of rich directions to turn to in the Nimzo.
So,
But
Tanya, I also predict the Nimzo, maybe a same as variation. The Nimzo seems about right. So that's my prediction for today.
1 second, boys. I'm the one who said 1d4 to start with.
true.
I love how Fabi, Robert wanted to follow your 1c4, and now you say 1d4. But Robert seems to agree. Chat, what do you think? Where will Ding find his chances? Will it be 1c4, 1d4, or will it be something completely random, something that we haven't seen so far? Now, in game 4, the first game that Ding Liren won, it was indeed the English Opening. Game 6, which Ding Liren won, was the never seen before at the World Championship match, the London Opening. So we might see something that we have no idea what it will be, but we will find out in just a few moments. We see Jan Nepomniachtchi has arrived. He's ready to go. What has his team expected from Ding is also the big question. Fabi, we saw Jan shut down game 11. He was disappointed with not being able to create too many chances, but it really was his own decision to trade off the pieces, to go into the end game. That also comes from a place of really conserving energy and stamina at this stage of the match. How important is that for the players?
Well, I really do feel like that was a bad decision by him, though. Despite the match situation, despite how he's up in the match, and in a vacuum, of course, draw with white or with black is one step closer. But I was looking at that game afterwards, analyzing it a bit, and it was really, really unpleasant, and it was super safe also for white. If he had played that Queen E2 move that we were talking about, it was a safe, basically a free roll, as I think Dubov put it. White was playing for no risk and with good chances of potentially getting a serious advantage. And he looked disappointed. He also looked a bit tired to me in the post-game press conference. I think that he still needs to keep his psychology at a good level. If he lets that slip, if he's trying to avoid calculation or avoid difficult decisions, that could really come back to bite him. It's as Jan said himself, it's still, the match is fully on. It's not going to be an easy road to the finish line, whether he wins or not. It's still a huge battle. I mean, these guys are gladiators, and they're going to be fighting to their last breath. If Ding needs to win in that final game, he's going to fight until the Bear King. So Jan still needs to keep his psychology fully there. He has to keep his head in the match, and decisions like that one, they're a little bit concerning from that point of view.
It's going to be a spectacular game. 12 is what I'm predicting. We're also getting some chat predictions in on Ding's first move. And while chat thinks it's going to be 1e4, I would be absolutely shocked to see that happen. It's not something that we see very often from Ding. And 32% saying 1d4. I think that has something to do with Robert and Fabi switching sides at some point, but also the English Opening at 20%. So a big question there for Ding Liren. We've been talking about Jan's decision for game 11. Yes, but how hard is it for Ding as well to deal with the fact that this match could have been equalized in game 8 itself, where he had the option to actually pick up the rook and the match on the spot. And that's definitely something that's way more haunting than anything that Jan has been able to create with the white pieces, Robert.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think that for Ding Liren, people say, oh, his losses must be the brutal part of the match. No, game 8, that was a missed opportunity.
Missed opportunity, and we see at least the first moves have happened. The guest plays the move with the queen pawn opening, 1d4 on the board. Ding is going to put that pawn right back before he shows us what is his preparation. Where indeed does he want to test Jan Nepomniachtchi? It's not just going to be about the opening phase. Fabi, as you mentioned, no matter what position we get, it very well could be a battle that comes down to a king versus king position.
Yeah, certainly. But I think we will see the move D4 because it looked like Ding was gesturing to make that move. So it looked like it wasn't the guest's choice so much as Ding telling him, I want to play D4. So I think we may see an Nimzo, which is an exciting prospect, because the Nimzo is a really fighting opening, but only if white doesn't move that queen to c2. Then it's like super drawish. But we'll see in a second whether he wants to play d4 or not.
It's gonna happen. I have a feeling. 1d4. Come on, Ding. Do this for the chat, do it for the commentators. Well, he did get a great position out of the Nimzo E3, A3 line, Fabi, something that is your specialty as well. And there we have it, Robert. 1d4 on the board. You're welcome.
I called it. What do you mean you're welcome? I'm the one who said, oh, d4, maybe a Nimzo, maybe a Samish. You can rewind the tape and, well,
Is it London?
Knight f3,
Oh
no
my
Nimzo.
God.
No Nimzo.
Are we going to see a London? Are we going to see the bishop on f4 on move 3?
No, the London would be an awful choice for Ding. Oh, don't play the London.
Oh my God. On the edge of my seat here. Not bishop f4 here. That's going to be an absolute shocker. Ding slowing down. Robert, what are the chances of a London here?
I don't think we'll see the London just because he's played it before. And E3. Oh my goodness, he is playing a quiet line.
This is known as the Cole, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I was kind of thinking that this could, when he was like hesitating, I was thinking he could play g3. He wants to play this against me, and it's sort of kind of pseudo Catalan approach. But e3, a favorite of Vladimir Kramnik, he was playing like this a lot in like 2017. Of course, it's a system that's as old as the hills, and you can play c5 here. I mean, basically the world is Black's oyster here, because you can play what you want. C5 is super likely, I would think. And yeah, we're seeing a sort of quiet game, but it's a good place to get a fight. So I don't dislike this decision from Ding, because yeah, it's one of those kind of positional systems. If Black doesn't remember it super well, I don't know what like main move is here. Knight d2. I think that white also had like a lot of different approaches. And now knight to c6 looks like the most logical move. And we will at some point probably see white play with the development of b3, bishop to b2, bishop to d3, post a knight on e5. This is like standard stuff, right? For example, I think we could make a few moves like knight to c6, b3 in a blitz game, just like playing them automatically, or even a bullet game. e6, bishop b2, bishop to d6. At some point, white puts the knight on e5 and tries to create an attack on the king side with f4, rook to f3, and all those standard attacking moves. And for our viewers in the chat, I actually think this is a great opening for all levels to play, because if you know it well, you can just completely blow your opponent off the board with the kingside attack. So it looks quiet, but it has that long-term poison.
And Bobby, I want to make a quick point that you're saying knight c6 here, and that does sacrifice a pawn. Now, before this knight went out to d2, queen a5 would have been a check to win that pawn right back on the spot. And Jan says, I don't even want to give you the opportunity to take on c5, and he takes on d4. So I was actually just thinking that for Jan Nepomniachtchi, when you just need a draw, you're kind of in this weird territory where you have some results-oriented thinking. You don't want to allow Ding Liren to muddy the waters. Let's just trade pawns. Now he can play knight c6 if he wants. That didn't cost Black anything to trade in the center. Sometimes we want to keep the tension. Often we do. But I think this was a good decision to kind of minimize the risk.
This entire opening choice by Ding, it feels like he's saying, I don't want to get into any theoretical battles, any theoretical lines. I just want a game. I just want a position where we have a lot of pieces on the board, a lot of pawns, and it's going to be a long fight. What Ding seems to be signaling here is that it's not going to be about the opening, but more about the middle game and the end game phase of the opening. And what you mentioned, Robert, about Jan taking a decision based on the match situation, a result-oriented decision on the board, sometimes that could lead to a player not making the most optimum choice on the board because your psychology is so dependent on trying to shut down the game. Fabi, do you see that as a factor, as a challenge for Ding? For Jan, sorry?
Yeah, it definitely potentially could be. As we mentioned before, like psychology will play a huge role in this match coming into the final games. It's not just going to be about chess, it's also going to be about nerves, and is your mind in the right place, and all those other factors that, we think about chess as in just the moves, but of course it's about, it's about everything. It's not just about moves, it's about how you feel physically, how you're approach mentally, the psychology behind it. Everything is an important factor. But in terms of the pure opening at this point, I think it's too early to say where these guys' minds are at. But we do know that Jan has come with a rare approach. Queen c7, not a move which comes to mind immediately. And obviously Jan is prepared because he played it very quickly, and it's not a usual move. It's not like what you would first think of. You would think, okay, get my knights to the center, develop my bishop out, and standard knight c6, bishop to f5 or g4, that sort of stuff. So why queen c7 first? I would guess he doesn't want to play knight c6 here. So what is the point of this?
It kind of looks like an exchange Caro-Kann, right? So we can get this type of position via the Caro-Kann, but the queen often goes to c7 in those variations. I'm not sure what is gained, but I do want to quickly take a step back and go back a couple moves, because I think it's instructive to our viewers, the point that we were making in the early stage, if we could bring up an analysis board, that after this knight d2 move, black went c5. If you took on c5, black can regain the pawn with this check over here right away. So the point I had made earlier was that after knight d2, now that's no longer check. So if black had started with knight c6, white can take this pawn on c5. And if you play queen a5, this can get black into an iffy situation. You play a3, saying have that pawn, and then you quickly play b4, and you see the evaluation going up in white's favor. With rapid development, black is going to be lagging behind because white puts the bishop on b2, takes this diagonal, can strike with c4, gaining space in addition to time. So I just wanted to highlight that in that variation, white is happy.
Robert,
go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but in case of e6 here, is black regaining the pawn in a very comfortable way?
I was wondering that.
Yeah, the only way to defend it is knight to b3, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is probably the variation that you were thinking of. But after knight to e4, I guess we get the pawn back quite comfortably. And I wonder if this exchange of the central pawn for the c pawn is going to lead to an advantage for white, or if it's just going to lead to quite easy equality for black.
I was wondering the same thing. I was like, does white have c4 here, maybe trading queens? And we know that Ding Liren, he can make the most of small advantages. He is kind of a maximalist in that sense, where he gets this tiny edge and he puts pressure like he did against Fabiano. You're Fabiano. It's Hikaru in the final round of the candidate. So I was just thinking maybe he's just trying to take Jan out of preparation and try to get a more comfortable position for himself. But you're right, that black would regain this pawn right away, and maybe it's not really so much of an opening advantage, but a decision based in comfort zones.
Yeah, it's.
Well,
I think that was definitely a possibility after knight to c6, but we're seeing a totally different type of position. In fact, the same structure that we saw in that London game, which Ding eventually won, a very important game for him, of course. Different material balance. There, the dark square bishops were exchanged. Here, it's hard to see how those dark square bishops would be exchanged in the near future, but the same exact Carlsbad sort of structure.
an offbeat opening choice by Ding Liren, and we see Jan having his first think after the move c3. Well, often in these positions, black's light squared bishop wants to arrive on that f5 square. And he needs to decide if he wants to do that at the moment. He could also think about developing the queenside knight to c6, but then that would give the additional option to Ding to actually go with his own bishop to d3, taking control of the diagonal, and then black is left with not such great options for a square for the c8 bishop. But on the other hand, a move like bishop f5, Jan needs to be thinking about moves like knight to h4, hitting that bishop in return. So Jan contemplating all these decisions. While you guys were analyzing these lines about giving up the pawn on c5, I was thinking about what has been going on in the match so far. Every time Ding has played an opening that, of course, Jan has an idea about or prep about, but wasn't perhaps expecting it on that particular day, we've seen him make very practical choices on the board. When it was the French, Ding with the black pieces playing the French, Jan did go for the Tarrasch variation instead of the more topical Winawer or the e5 advance, which would ensue a lot of complications. And that's exactly the approach that we're seeing with Jan with the black pieces today as well. Not sacrificing the pawn, not going for those imbalanced positions, but taking a quick decision to grab on d4 to simplify the center. Throughout the match, I want to ask both of you, and I'll start with Fabi, Has it seemed to you that Yan perhaps has been the player better prepared in the opening, despite Ding being the one coming up with the surprises?
Well, I think that Jan has chosen a very pragmatic approach to the openings, which is that he plays quite positional, uh, relatively solid systems. He's, for example, this, like, we mentioned Black could have played knight c6, inviting d takes c5. Instead, he's going for just standard sort of Carlsbad structures. Also against the London, he was playing the most positional system where he takes on d4. He doesn't. You could try to grab a pawn on b2 in the London. You can play some crazy variations that we were talking about. But he's playing super solid positional approaches. Queen c7, I still don't know the subtlety behind this move. I'm trying to understand it, but it's not really coming to mind why Queen c7 over knight c6. But I'm sure that there is some reason why you might play Queen c7 first. And yeah, as you mentioned here, bishop to f5 really comes to mind as the most natural move. You stop bishop to d3. If knight h4, you can just play bishop to g4. Looks pretty reasonable to hit that queen, gain tempo on the queen on d1. And the question is, yeah, does he want to play bishop f5? Does he want to play knight c6? I would think bishop f5 first is the most logical move.
Looks pretty logical to me. I mean, it seems like Black has several options, and for Jan, he's just trying to be accurate here. Knight c6, sometimes you meet that with bishop to b5, pinning that knight. Maybe that's why he started with queen c7, just to give that knight an extra defender. It's hard to really describe sometimes the different move orders. It seems like they all lead to the same place, but every single move allows something from your opponent, right? Just a little change of decision making. And I feel like this is a bad sign for Jan. His position, of course, is totally fine. We're only 6 moves by white into this game. But the fact that he keeps thinking, he wants to take a path and he wants to figure out what direction this game goes in. Knight c6, if he were playing a bullet game, he would do this instantly without even thinking. But as we keep talking about, he's wondering if bishop d3, that's a problem for this light square bishop. And big question, actually, is does Jan feel comfortable in these types of structures? In where we have a Carlsbad structure, we usually see Black having the Carlsbad structure, and we get a typical pawn minority attack at some point, throwing the pawns up the board to challenge this extra pawn on the queen side. But he's not really a Caro-Kann player, so maybe Jan just doesn't feel at home in this structure, and that's why Ding picked this opening.
It's certainly possible, and also I like the general approach of keeping the position closed, as many pieces on the board as possible. Pieces are not going to be traded anytime soon. You don't have a release of tension. The tension remains in the position, like in that London game, for a very long time. So basically, when you're under pressure and you really want to draw, what you really want, just psychologically, is a quick trade of pieces or complication, something that you can calculate, or even what we saw in the last game where Ding had the white pieces, where we see a theoretical fight. Jan has to calculate some stuff, goes into an endgame where he knows it's kind of very much within the drawing margin, and it's just kind of a smooth defense. Here, it's every move is a decision. Even if it's a small decision, every move is a decision. And I actually saw a fun line in case of bishop f5, which I wanted to mention. After bishop to f5, I'm thinking knight e5. And how do you think you would react to this move?
I thought that was a rhetorical question. I was hoping it was, but I guess let's see what happens if knight c6.
Well, here I was wondering about bishop to b5 as well. It's definitely a question, because if I play bishop takes c6, I'm spoiling your pawn structure, creating an outpost on the c5 square potentially. I was kind of hoping you would play knight b to d7 instead of knight c6, because I wanted to play f4. I know it looks a little bit, risky, positionally risky, but I have some g4 ideas somewhere. Not sure exactly where it might work out, but I don't see why this is obviously bad. You can't exploit the e4 square so easily, because white also has bishop b5 ideas, so there's definitely some tactical potential in the position. Bishop d7.
Wow, that was not a move on our radar. It just feels a bit too passive. One can understand that it takes control of any pins along this diagonal, getting ready for knight c6. And wow, I see, Robert, that it's a bad move in the position.
Yeah, I think we can understand why it doesn't compete for the center in a meaningful way. It's developing, at least off its initial square, but it doesn't actually get onto a useful diagonal. So I believe that White's automatic move is knight to e5 here, and this is honestly a great outcome from the opening for Ding Liren. The position isn't that bad for Black. We're not going to pretend that it is, but this was a mistake. Now, I think it's an objective mistake from the sense that the evaluation clearly has changed in White's favor, but from a, as Fabi said, pragmatic perspective. That's what Jan has been all match. That's how he chooses openings. He's saying the position will be rock solid for Black. So let's say you want to go and take this bishop, then what? There are no real weaknesses in Black's camp. So I don't like the move. I think it's very passive. It's not really in Jan's style, quite honestly. But I don't think it's really that big of a deal. It's not the worst thing in the world. We'll just see how he plays the next few moves, because I would be galloping my knight in the center right now.
It might not be that big of a deal, but it's a little something for Ding to play with. At the very start of the opening, we see a question mark being awarded to this move. Knight e5 jumping into the center seems like a natural response. And once again, it seems like bishop d7 perhaps is a decision more based on the result-oriented approach, just trying not to take too much risk, being very solid. Might not have been Jan's choice had the math situation been any different. And Ding continues with the development. He doesn't jump in with the knight immediately, but first takes out the bishop. So no more black bishop coming on f5. The e5 square is always there. White simply wants to go shut castle next, bring that rook to e1, jump with that knight to e5, bring that other knight from d2 to f3, really taking control of the e5 square. Fabi, what do you make of this approach by Jan, bishop d7? Slightly passive?
Yeah, I think I can only come up with one explanation for this move, which is that he picked up the bishop, and as he was moving it, suddenly he felt the urge to sneeze. And then before it could go to f5 or g4 or some like useful square, his hand released it for a second on d7, where it does absolutely nothing. And well, maybe it's super subtle and I'm just not getting it, but like why couldn't you start with knight c6, and then if bishop to e5, then you put the bishop on d7, then the bishop serves a purpose there, and if bishop d3, then you put the bishop on g4, where it serves a purpose. But basically, white should castle here, I guess. White can also play h3 to stop bishop g4. But okay, let's say you castle, and then if black plays e6, you kind of accept a slightly worse position, I think. White can play rook to e1, for example, and then let's say bishop d6, white can even play queen to e2, followed by knight to e5. Kind of standard stuff, you know, knight to e5, and bishop on d7 is out of the game. This is kind of classical Carlsbad, you know, post up in the center, knight on e5. Classic stuff, how you know, you might see in the good old days how people get outplayed in these types of positions, knight f3 and so on, and you start to attack on the king side. And he does indeed castle. Ding is playing quickly. If you don't play e6 and you play bishop g4, you lost a tempo. So of course you can, and I actually think maybe bishop g4 is the best move, but you just lost the tempo. So I'm not really getting it. And besides those moves, I don't see any, like black obviously doesn't want to castle queenside because it's just inviting a pawn storm, you know, after castle queenside. Okay, maybe we can stop e5. Castle queenside is so risky that it even like almost loses to knight to g5, which is kind of, but there's bishop to e8 there. But even without like winning immediately, white can simply play rook to e1, followed by a4 and b4 and so on. You know, standard pawn storm on the queen side. So, does he want to play bishop g4? Maybe it's the best approach. But didn't you just lose a tempo? Like, okay, it could be super subtle. It could be that this is like the best approach for black, but to my eye, it's kind of strange.
It's also psychologically so difficult to make the move bishop g4 once you've just played bishop d7, one development move, and then to move the bishop twice out of the opening. Even if it is the best move in the position, it's a hard one to make. Just to accept that, yes, it was not the optimal decision, not the optimal choice for that bishop to move to that square. And Fabi, you said a really insightful thing there, that if you're not sure in an opening where to place a piece and you've got different choices, you can always start with another move that you know you have to make. Instead of picking up that bishop and moving it to a square, bring out that knight. The knight has only one good square. You want to place it on c6, and you can just keep the options open, keep it flexible, and decide on the next move where indeed you want to place the bishop. And as I speak, in fact, Jan does go for a second move with the bishop, and he doesn't take much time for it. He plays bishop g4 instantly. Is Jan still familiar with this position, or is this some over-the-board inspiration? What's going on there, Robert?
I'm very surprised, and I know that I was saying bishop d7, he's just trying to be solid, and it's not a good move. It's not the opening theory that is recommended to players, but I do see that even though he's losing a tempo, what do you really get from that tempo? Black's next moves will be e6, and the bishop is outside the pawn chain. That's definitely a good thing for Black. e6, bishop out to d6, castle at some point. So it's not like Black is under immediate threat, which gives him the time to step on d7 just to go out to g4. It's weird. I don't know how this happened. I would never have predicted this in my life, that this bishop would make 2 moves as early as move 8. But e6, and where is white going to strike? The key is covering this e5 square, rook e1, get this queen out of here, play knight e5 at some point. That still is in the cards, but I just feel like Black isn't risking all that much just yet, even though I am very, very shocked by the fact that he played bishop d7 and then bishop g4. It feels like he just gave Ding a tempo for free.
Can we go back one move? Because I'm thinking that, of course, this looks strange, but what if h3 here? I think I mentioned this was sort of a possible option because I really want to keep that bishop bad on d7. And if e6 short castle, bishop d6, rook e1, like what does Black do exactly with this? Castle, queen e2, same plan. I want to put the knight on e5. How does Black make use of the fact that we played h3, which is sort of a half tempo for Black? Like, what's Black's plan here? I don't really see it.
I think we're silent because we also don't really see the exact plan. Is there some kind of e5 available at some moment? That's really the big question, because if Black can play e5, even though it gets you an isolated d5 pawn, you get space, breathing room for your pieces. A rook on e8 will be nice. Your bishop on d7 will be better, but I don't think that e5 is going to work out here.
I don't think that you had time. And the reason why I say that is because, let's say, after h3, that was probably the only moment that I could see you playing e5. And then I think d takes e5, knight takes e5, and queen to e2 is quite tragic for Black, because bishop d6, we take an f4. Also take a knight f3, but take an f4, okay. Good enough. And so e5 I don't see ever happening, because I always cover that move in time. And you don't even get the isolated pawn position, which might also be better for white. So I understand why Ding quickly castled, but maybe it was a moment for a bit of subtlety, and I really feel like Jan mixed something up in his prep. Like, he's going, maybe now he's in something familiar, but something was mixed up. Like, after the c3, it looks like he was a bit surprised, and then he played this bishop to d7. I don't feel like bishop d7 was a good move. It also allowed knight to e5, which was super dangerous, or maybe not dangerous is maybe not the right word, but super interesting. If we go back to like bishop d7, knight e5, I really feel like that was an interesting approach as well, because knight c6 comes to mind, but I don't want to take on d7. I want to play f4, and I feel like this is a very, very interesting approach for white. You see, I mean, the engine is saying it's kind of keeping it level, the bar is staying level, but how are you approaching this as well? Like, if e6, bishop d3, I think white's play is pretty clear-cut. Bishop d3, short castle, and this doesn't look very good, or at least very easy for Black. So it's a genuine question. Maybe Black could play g6 instead of e6 and try to put the bishop on g7, and if bishop d3, maybe eventually bishop to f5 to trade the bishops. Some kind of, these are sometimes ideas, right? So also it was a question, but I can't imagine this was his prep. Bishop queen c7, bishop d7.
No. Bobby, the reason I'm laughing is because after knight e5, like in this variation we're looking at here, even if you don't play f4, so we understand that f4 compromised some squares. Let's say you just bring this knight to f3. you're just reinforcing your knight on the square. This bishop is passive. There was nothing gained for black by putting the bishop on d7, especially if e6 is the next move. You could have already had the dark square bishop out instead of the light square bishop, which is not very active. So yeah, it's very strange, right? We're not going to deny it. What Jan has done thus far, he has developed. He could have developed one more piece, but instead he put his bishop on d7 only to get to g4. I think we're going to be racking our brains about this for a while, but maybe Ding Liren is already regretting the fact that he didn't play h3. Maybe he thought, Jan played bishop d7, there's no way he's going to move that light square bishop a second time, but he was maybe fooled a little bit. And if I'm Ding, I'm looking at queen a4, then I'm trying to get my knight to e5. I feel like black still has some things to work out here.
Yeah. Well, Ding made the most natural moves after this bishop d7. What surprises, I think, many of us is just the speed in which Jan came back to the board and made the move bishop g4. Now, they say don't move the same piece twice in an opening. And Robert, I just want to follow up on your point to show what are the dangers that actually exist in this position. Now, Ding is, of course, contemplating a move like h3, hitting the bishop. But let's say he goes with the idea of actually sidestepping the pin so that he can continue with the move knight to e5, a move like queen c2 or queen a4. But even, I just want to show a point with queen to c2. Queen a4, great move there, pinning the knight. But a simple developing move, sidestepping with that pin. If black continues with development, with a move like e6, you want to open up that second bishop in the position. But now you're one tempo too short with your king safety. White can in fact jump with the knight all the way to e5, even though the e5 square is defended by two pieces in black's camp. But does black actually have the option of picking up that pawn? Knight takes e5, you recapture with the pawn. And if black gets greedy, this could be big trouble with a check coming on b5, bishop b5 check, and suddenly you're missing that one tempo, which you've just spent moving your own bishop twice. These are the dangers that could exist. I see the eval bar still thinks that black is doing fine, but I would be petrified here. Imagine queen a4 or bishop b5, knight d7. You recapture the knight, give a check on a4, Robert, instead, and then pick up the bishop. There are all these ideas that you need to watch out for with the black pieces, but for now, Ding takes another approach. He decides not to step away with that queen. These are the dangers in the position, as we're pointing out. Ding makes another natural-looking move, not going for the most direct line of trying to get that knight to e5, but brings the rook to e1, a move that at some point had to be played.
Yeah, he's playing the moves that you might kind of first come to mind, right? So if you were playing a quicker time control game, you might just quickly play these moves like bishop d3, castle, rook e1. I'm not sure exactly what his plan is to continue after e6, because white cannot post the knight on e5, and that's why I think white could definitely consider moving the queen at some point to do so, as you mentioned, to play queen c2 at some moment, but black is in time now to prevent that knight e5 for sure, because e6 followed by bishop d6, you'll no longer have any knight e5 ideas. So the question is, do you want to play e6, knight f1, bishop d6, knight g3? I really don't like the knight on g3, so I don't think that should be your approach. Even if you gain the bishop pair with bishop takes f3, I'm not sure the knight on g3 is really well placed. And even castle here, I think you can play h3, bishop f3, queen f3. Is this actually getting nice for white? I mean, yes. I would think I would still think that black is doing okay here because it's so solid and all the pieces are well placed, but maybe the bishop pair really does count for quite a lot, and we might easily see the move knight to f1 now. But these guys are playing so fast. So my thought was that maybe we transpose to something that Jan knows. And so he mixed it up in terms of, it wasn't after c3. Maybe it was after bishop to d3 instead of c3. And maybe we transposed to his prep, but c3 was a different story entirely, and that's why bishop d7 was a mistake there.
Right, but if we did transpose to his prep, it cost him a tempo, because there's no prep where you played bishop d7 and then bishop g4.
No, that's what I'm saying. Maybe bishop d3, bishop d7 is the idea. If we go back, I don't know if we want to go back when they're blitzing out the moves so quickly, but okay, we're going to probably see knight to g3 now. Knight to g3, because obviously white wants to get that bishop, but h3 would allow bishop h5 followed by bishop g6 and the trade of light square bishops. And we can definitely talk about trade of bishops as good or bad in this position. I think the trade of light square bishops is good for black because imagine that bishop on c8, completely passive, versus a bishop on d3, an attacking piece aiming at the king side. Black is almost always happy to trade those bishops off, so h3 only facilitates black's positional goal. Besides the fact that after h3, bishop h5, black can't even get the bishop kicked away from h5, so you can't break the pin because now knight g3 allows bishop takes g3. So knight g3 here, I think having said A at this point, Ding must say B. He must go knight g3, otherwise there was no point to his previous play. So knight g3 I think will be seen. And okay, there's this like funny h5. I don't know if it's probably what? Bishop g5.
The players just keep surprising us with the bishop moves. What on earth is going on here? Knight g3, but Ding going for bishop g5. I don't believe he's actually threatening to take on f6 with white having castled on the king side. Do you really want to take chances opening up the g file? Jan hasn't committed with his own king position. He very well at some point could actually decide to go long castle and build his own chances. And Fabi, you were very surprised with the move bishop g5. But the more you look at it, well, it feels like another natural move in the position. It is a developing move. What caused that little surprise by you there?
No, it's sensible when I think about it, but I think the reason why I was surprised is because I didn't really see the idea, and now I see that white does have knight e3 ideas, exploiting that potential, knight takes d5. For example, knight to d7 here comes to mind, but then maybe knight to e3 is quite interesting. Because bishop takes f3, queen takes f3. White is not at all worried about the h2 pawn being hanging because this would probably be very, very bad. King h1, bishop should drop back, otherwise it gets trapped, and then knight takes d5, and obviously things have started to go quite wrong in black's position. We're already thinking about, some potential sacrifices on e6 and some potential mates, but white doesn't even have to sacrifice material, right? Just positionally, black is in so much trouble. So bishop g5 has those ideas. It's not something you usually see, I think, bishop g5 in Carlsbad structures, right? Not super often.
No, but Fabio, I think what Ding is doing is he's discouraging Jan from castling kingside. And it is true that black can castle queenside, but this is what we've been talking about from the start. Ding wants a position where kings are on opposite side of the board. He wants to be able to attack Jan. And so even though this opening has been very strange, we'd have to really dive into the nuances to better understand it, and I think the players maybe aren't fully aware of how each move has changed the position. But I like what he's doing, because if you castle kingside, are you really prepared for bishop takes f6, pawn f6, and your king feels a little bit open over there? I actually do think that Ding is playing this quite interestingly, and this enterprising style is what he needs to score a point, and he is putting Jan into the think tank. He's ahead on the clock, and that's not something we can say that often in this match.
I love it. I love what you're saying, that a potential opening outcome where we've got opposite side castling, we know that would mean an exciting middle game. Of course, now if black goes short castle here, you will pick up that f6 knight without thinking. But the question is, Robert, if black was to play h6 instead, I hit that bishop. Is Ding anyway planning to pick up that knight on f6, allowing these positions with the long castle? Bishop takes f6, g takes f6. At some point, my idea is clear with black. I want to go long castle, put my rook on g8, and start asking questions on the g line. Fabi, who do you think this kind of a trade and this imbalance in the position would favor?
I think the question here is simply, is knight to e3 strong? It kind of forces, I think, bishop takes f3 most likely.
Bishop f3, queen f3, and long castle.
F3 and long castle. And okay, the question is, first from a positional point of view, is this good for black? Because you are inviting some potential pawn storms. Also, you are inviting the trade of f6 for the h2 pawns. But maybe that's a good trade because queen f6, bishop h2, king goes somewhere, bishop to f4, and white's king is somewhat weakened. So I guess black is not too worried about this one. And then I guess most likely white will play g3 instead of queen takes f6. But okay, you can defend this pawn with g3 or h3. It's a bit of a question. And then probably f5. And then this is like, standard race b4, b4, h5, b5, this sort of pawn storm.
And wow, Jan, did castle kingside, by the way, so he is unafraid. He does not think bishop takes f6 would be a problem yet. This opposite sides castling would have given us quite an adventure. But maybe Jan's saying bishop f6 doesn't threaten anything. And to answer your earlier question, Tanya, of h6, at some point white can do what we were saying black might think about, bringing the bishop around just to get control of this e5 square. So maybe Ding is playing this positionally rather than going for any sort of tactics. But of course, you must calculate bishop takes f6, gf6, and what happens in the resulting position to the black king.
The speed with which Jan just played that is a fearless decision on the board. You know that your opponent can destroy the pawn shield in front of your own king, and you yet bravely just take a decision like that to go short castle, inviting bishop f6, inviting these pawns in front of black's king to be actually destroyed for the rest of the game. A doubled pawn on the f line. And Fabi, I want to understand this. I mean, is this what does black get in return for something like this, which feels like a big compromise on the king side to me?
Yeah, black gets the bishop pair, and black also gets some other ideas. So let's say you take on f6, take, and you play some waiting move, just to illustrate. Like let's say you play a3. And I would like to play bishop h5 here with black. There's also e5 ideas, so maybe there's even some tactics there. But bishop to h5 followed by bishop g6, and followed by, at some point, preparing the move e5. And the doubled f-pawns are usually not a big concern with the bishop on g6, because that bishop almost acts as a pawn. It acts as a defender. There's like even some lines from the Kazakhstan where you have this sort of thing where you allow doubling of your pawns. In that case, it's like sometimes in the Kazakhstan, the advanced variation, black plays knight to h6, and white follows up with bishop takes h6, and black plays g takes h6. And you'd think, how could you do this to your pawn structure? But then the bishop, which is on f5 in the Kazakhstan, drops back to g6, and it turns out that the bishop is a wonderful defender, and the more salient factor is the bishop pair. The bishop on d6 in this case is a very strong piece. It controls the dark squares in a way that white's pieces cannot do in the same way, right? It allows things like here, queen to d2, there's bishop to f4, these sorts of ideas, right? So, but let's go back, because I see concrete lines. First thing I think of after castle, it's bishop takes f6, g takes f6, followed by knight to g3, with the very standard or very clear idea of preventing bishop h5 and preparing h3. And here I'm wondering how black would react to this. It's kind of like, I think you probably will give the bishop. You could play f5 maybe, h3, and I guess bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, and you might consider, I don't know if immediately or maybe king h8, but you might consider bishop takes g3 as well. But I would think king h8 followed by rook to g8, and white could put a knight on h5, black could put a rook on g8. It's just a very complex position. But it's not clear how white is attacking here. So given that, it might be completely fine for black. You have some kind of g4. You definitely have your ideas here. g4 followed by king to h1. Obviously, you can't take on g4 because it's simply checkmate after queen f6. So yeah, this is disaster. So after g4, I don't know exactly what black does. You could play maybe queen to d8, kind of discouraging any sort of king h1 and preparing fg4. But it's a tough fight. This could go on, and who knows who's better. Either side could be better.
I love these lines that you're showing, Fabi, because in all of them, one thing's for sure, that it's going to be a very complex and a dynamic middle game position, despite having a slow opening start. But it looks like Ding has managed to create something, and we might be seeing that forest of complications after the trade on f6, while Ding is in a think right now, trying to navigate his advantages, the pros and cons of this trade. We will go into a short break and be back with Ding's decision. Fire on board is coming up.
Hi everybody, International Master Danny Wrench here, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer. We are here and excited to be collaborating and partnering with World Quant as an official partner of the Champions Tour in the year 2023. I'm now speaking with Chief Strategy Officer for World Quant, Nitish Maini. The people have met us, and now time for the big questions. Jumping right into the basics, tell everybody a little more about World Quant and what exactly is it that World Quant does?
Thank you for having me, Danny. And you already introduced me. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at World Quant. World Quant is a global asset management organization. It was founded by Igor Tulchinsky in 2007. World Quant today has over 850 employees who are working towards designing investment strategies in multiple asset class across global markets. World Quant believes in empowering the ideas of the talent across the globe, and we have 23 offices in 13 countries today.
Amazing, amazing stuff. So tell us now a little bit more about this project called World Quant Brain.
So World Quant is built on the belief that talent is global, but opportunity is not. And we strive to take this opportunity to everyone around the globe. World Quant Brain has been designed as a tool which empowers us to take that opportunity to anyone.
That's fantastic. Seriously, that's amazing. I had no idea about that. Learning about this along with our viewers, and obviously as a website and a company with a mission to also connect global communities and increase the opportunity for chess, that makes it even more of a natural partnership. Tell me a little bit more from World Quant's perspective why you guys run the IQC.
So World Quant has this mission of democratizing quantitative finance. And International Quant Championship is one of the tools we have to spread the message about this opportunity which World Quant is offering to everyone to be a quant in the quantitative space. And International Quant Championship empowers the individuals to utilize their ideas and show that they can do it, and gives us an opportunity to take this message to them wherever they are.
That's great. Now, you said the finals will be in person. Was I right that it'll be in the Bahamas? That sounds like a pretty great location. Can I come?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I can? Okay. So I don't know that I'm qualified to be in the IQC, but tell everybody a little more. So the finals are going to be in the Bahamas. What will that be like for those who make it?
Yes. So the finals, as you said, is planned to be in Bahamas for the IQC. So World Quant celebrated its 15th anniversary last year in 2022. To celebrate that occasion, we are getting the whole World Quant organization together in Bahamas this year. And we decided that we will organize the finals of IQC at that event. So this will give an opportunity to our finalists to meet the World Quant team in person. It will give them an opportunity to watch the culture and rigor of the organization. And we are very excited that everybody will be able to get together at that event in Bahamas.
Well, this has been awesome. Nitish, thank you so much. This is where I remind everybody it's their chance to get involved in the IQC, the International Quant Championship. You can use the command IQC. You can visit the World Quant Brain website. We encourage you to do so ASAP. Registration is open until May, so it's time to jump in. And maybe you'll get to meet the CSO and others in the Bahamas. Maybe I'll be there. If I'm lucky. I don't know, but it sounds like a great time either way. And Nitish, the Chess World and the Champions Chess Tour, thanks World Quant for their partnership. And we're looking forward to the rest of the year together.
Thank you, Danny, and good luck to the community for participating in IQC.
WorldQuant is an official partner of the Chess.com broadcast of the FIDE World Championship. They are a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. Now, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its international quant championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championship, head to go.chess.com/IQC or use command IQC in chat for more details. And we are back with game 12. Ding Liren has been in the think for about 11 minutes in this position, surprised by Jan's speed and decision to actually go for short castle. He still hasn't taken the decision to trade on f6, the positional imbalances that we were talking about. But given the mat situation, Robert, is that the best decision for Ding? Does he need to grab on f6, regardless of how it is objectively?
Well, I guess part of the answer to the question is, what is Black's next move? If we handed Jan a free turn, what would he do? I don't necessarily think there's a great place to move the knight. He can hop back to d7 for sure, but I'm not sure Ding is afraid of that. And so bishop takes f6, g takes f6, that will change the complexion of the game. It'll become into more tactical waters, and the big question is the bishop on d6, is that better than the knight that white will have remaining on the board? So these are very difficult questions to answer, which is why Ding has been thinking for now over 11 minutes. He's spending a lot of time here because it is a critical decision. It changes the nature of the game entirely.
Yeah, this is a really big moment because bishop takes f6. It could be good. It could turn out well, or it could actually turn out very well for black. And you're taking some risk with white once you do that. I am looking at a move, I think, Robert, that you did mention this idea. I don't know if it was in this position or a similar one, but it's an appealing idea, and it's to play bishop to h4 here, which is mimicking black's idea of bishop h5, g6. The bishop on d6 is an excellent piece, so white is just trying to trade it off, and it would crucially kind of slightly weaken that e5 square, right? So at some point in the future, yeah, there might be a knight coming to e5. Probably knight takes g3. But maybe black would also just, at some point, capture on f3. Maybe like rook fd8 here. And then try to, like, h3, bishop f3, queen f3, and e5 would be one of those standard ideas for black. And d takes e5, knight takes e5. Maybe white's a bit better after queen to f4, but I don't know. It might also be very, very close to equal because I think it would be completely equal if black could get like queen d6, g6 here, but if that knight to f5 is kind of coming into the game at some moment, then it could be a little bit unpleasant for black as well. So, for example, can I play rook to e7? Idea is knight f5, knight takes d3.
No, 5. Oh, you trickster. I was going to say...
Oh, that was my idea. I did come with a plan, but it's some sort of mess because you can take on e7 twice and then knight takes f4, rook takes b7, and it's one of those difficult endgames to evaluate because it's the rooks against the knights with some passed pawns as well.
You're a madman, Fabi. You really are. You come up with these crazy lines, and the evaluation bar is ever so slightly better for black, but it's a type of, I'm going to put advantage in air quotes, because if you make one mistake, you might just be lost at some point because white's pawns do push up the board quite quickly, and that could be dangerous. And I just wanted to stop, take a moment at this position here, and say that there are very few people who actually enjoy playing with the isolated pawn at the highest level. You get activity around the pawn because when you have an isolated pawn, inherent to that is you have open files on the adjacent lines, but you have this long-term issue that you have to keep defended, and you can't defend it with a pawn. As the c3 pawn is defended by a pawn, that's good. It means you can use your pieces elsewhere. You often need to have a piece tied down to this pawn on d5. So I think Fabi made some great points there, showing that there are some concrete variations that allow black to make moves like rook e7, even though it would seem risky with a knight going to f5. But I think if white has a few turns, just consolidate, I think this could be a long-term issue for black in a position like this.
I think it's not really a relevant variation because you made this half move a6 kind of to illustrate white's idea, which most likely would never be played by Jan. He would probably choose a more a move which meets the demands of the position more so. But still, bishop to h4 does come to mind as a very relevant idea. And also, white could first kick the bishop, like let's say you played a6 again. I could consider kicking the bishop back with h3 first, and then after bishop to h5, then maybe bishop to g3. And maybe I'll gain like the h3 tempo here. Possibly, it's not 100% certain that this move matters at all, but also I just want to point out that bishop to h4, it does kind of stop this knight d7 move that you were mentioning, because knight d7 would just lose a pawn due to the tactic bishop takes h7, king takes h7, knight to g5, followed by queen takes g4, and white has one material end. Obviously, this is not something that Jan would fall for, but just to point out why the bishop on h4 might be a bit better than on g5.
Wow, there are definitely some tactics that Jan needs to watch out for. He needs to keep that bishop in g4 defended. And you guys are looking at these lines, Robert, with the retreat of the bishop. I just really feel that if you are in a situation in a world championship match where you need to score that point, where you need to find your chances, and you don't see anything immediately wrong with the move like bishop f6, it doesn't lose on the spot for white. In fact, it keeps a balance in the position, but in a dynamic way. And maybe that is the option that you need to go for instead of something where you can just have this slight pull for a long game. Jan might be able to keep that under control. Bishop f6, g takes f6, and I want to take a look at some of those lines as well. But before we do that, Robert, I want to ask you, those kind of positions and those kind of dynamic imbalances, is that also something that stylistically Jan would be happy to get into?
He'd be thrilled. And I think we say this regularly when there's a choice, let's say in a rook endgame, where you can defend passively with even material or defend actively down a pawn. Most players choose the activity. That's how much they want options for their pieces. We love optionality. We love flexibility as chess players. We want to have choice. So in a position like bishop takes knight, pawn takes, when this king steps aside, rook g8, we see all sorts of plans for black that are of your own making. Whereas if you see a position with bishop h4, bishop g3, you're kind of like, what am I really doing over here? Because let's just make a move like bishop h5 and get to a position that I think is interesting, is that white still feels like the side for choice because you get to hop into the center first and you're just a little bit more active. Now, this line is even. Black is not in harm's way, but I'm just trying to make the point that oftentimes we would prefer chaos and activity over a little solid position where our opponent is playing for two results. I just think that Jan, he would like to enjoy his position a little more where he has chances of his own, even though he's not playing for a win necessarily. I think that will help him in his path, in his quest to trying to just hold on to this game and have 2 games remaining where he keeps that 1-point lead.
Let's move 12 for Ding, and he's almost in a 20-minute think about this very critical decision, which will pretty much set the tone for the rest of the game. Does he go for a more positional approach with bishop h4, or grab that knight and go for these imbalanced middle games that we have been looking at, where either of the players can go wrong? And once again, Ding has to take calculated risk in this game. He can't go all out. He can't get super rash, because if it backfires, that would be match over. Now, with this 20-minute think, Robert, that Ding is in, it's only move 12. It's kind of reaching that point where Ding needs to make that decision fast now. There's still a bunch of moves to be made, and I know he's got time on the clock, but bigger decisions lie ahead of him. How much more time can Ding afford to take for this one?
Well, just like I did pre-game when you asked me at the opening, I'm going to do the same thing. Hey, so Fabiano, you played in a world championship. You play against these two all the time. So how much more time can Ding spend on this move? And do you think he will and should play bishop takes f6 here?
I think it's a moment where you should be spending time, but also I think that he could have saved himself spending time here by taking a bit of time earlier when he was rushing through some decisions that, as we saw, were not so straightforward. That bishop d3, knight e5 was an option. I think especially he castled, and if he had made that h3 move, I think it would have been really unpleasant for Jan to have come up with like a very obvious continuation, and he would have secured a slight advantage. While here it looks like Jan's moves have kind of seems to know what to do in the position. He's playing quite well, quite quickly. But if Ding had played h3, I don't think it would have been so simple for black. And I actually saw a tweet by Anish where he was looking for where bishop to d7 is the engine's recommendation. In which position does the engine actually say you should play bishop d7 here? And he found a position where the engine likes it. And it was if Jan had played knight to c6 instead of bishop to d7, queen c2, and here Anish says bishop d7 is the computer's first choice. And I assume he's talking about a very strong computer because I don't think this is a weaker engine would understand why you play bishop d7 even here. But, and I don't understand it either, but I guess it's because bishop g4 is met by bishop to b5. So you play bishop d7 first, and then you wait for something. And I still don't really understand it, but okay, let's trust Anish and his engine. I'm sure it's very powerful. But no longer relevant to the game position. Just kind of funny to think about, like, why Jan played bishop d7, where it was in his preparation, where he came up with this idea, which is so unusual.
Yeah, definitely very unusual, and especially how quickly he moved that bishop on the next move to g4. So it's something that he's seen in a similar position. So very insightful there, as you mentioned, that perhaps just mixing it up a little bit with this queen c2 and feeling that there is a transposition. And it looks like Jan's the one who's feeling the comfort in this position. Ding, head and hands there. Is that a sign that he's not feeling as confident? If you have to take that decision of grabbing that knight, you probably would have done that a couple of minutes ago. Now, crossing that 20-minute mark, I'm getting the feeling that Ding is feeling shaky right now, not as confident. Is that the feeling right now, Robert?
Yeah, I mean, the more he thinks, the more I'm a bit concerned for him. But perhaps the more likely it is that he takes on f6. I mean, sometimes you can convince yourself to do something because you're like, I burned so much clock. I'm trying to analyze this position. And it does change the entire nature of the game and maybe even the match, because the last few games have been very solid. There have not been chances for Ding Liren to play for a win. He desperately needs a win. So I could see him making that choice. But yeah, he's spending a lot of time. It's been over 22 minutes at this point. And taking on f6, allowing the pawn to capture back, that opens up the g-file, that gives Jan some necessary play in this position. I think that Ding, from the start of this game, he just wanted to have a slow build-up. He wanted to have a small plus and try to work it like he did in the London system game. So he just has to move. Honestly, it's hard for me to say that, or I should say it's easy for me to say that because I'm sitting here just talking about the chess while he's playing it and has to deal with every single repercussion. But I feel like being down on the clock has not helped Ding at all throughout this match.
So I was thinking of some funny lines, and I think I see a very weird draw with the move that nobody would ever
Fabi,
play.
don't say the D word. We talked about this.
I'll try not to say the D word. But in this case, there's queen to d2, which is also a D word, I guess. Going to d2. And at first you think like, oh, bishop takes f3, you're ruining your pawn structure, but there's bishop takes f6. And the draw I saw was g takes f6. Maybe there's bishop f4 as well. Queen to h6. Bishop to e4. Rook takes e4. D takes e4. Bishop takes e4. f5, defending checkmate. Queen g5. And there, that's your D word, Robert.
Well, the only D word that Ding is thinking about is getting that dub in somehow in this position. But he needs to make a decision fast. The line that you're saying, Fabi, not going to happen in a million years right now. It is impossible to imagine Ding walking into something like this. And currently, still in that think tank. I'm getting worried for Ding here, guys. I'm actually thinking like, one, he needs to make a move, and second, he needs to show more confidence in this position and in his body language. I know body language is a controversial topic, but just looking at Ding right now, I have to ask you, Fabi, do you feel that it is an aspect that has been missing from Ding in this World Championship match so far, where one has just been able to say that, well, Ding, it looks good. He's kept things under control, nerves under control. Does it look to you that, in fact, Ding has been shaky?
Well, I think it's just, this is why I try not to read too much into body language, because if you look at Ding during pretty much any game, He rarely looks super confident or pumped up. I think that's just his demeanor, and that doesn't mean that he's not confident. It's just how he expresses himself. Is you know, we can think about like the super expressive guys like Hikaru, Anish, Jan, these guys who wear their emotions on their sleeve. I don't think Ding is one of those guys. So even if he's like completely winning, he rarely shows extreme excitement. You can kind of see, you can see if you know him well when he's starting to really like his position. But I've seen him in good positions looking worried. It could just be that he's concentrated and calculating. It's not something I would read too much into. But I think I say that a lot. Yeah, body language not easy to read into. Everyone has a different way of expressing themselves, especially at a chessboard when there's so much going through your mind, and even sometimes the players have no idea what they're thinking. Right? They're like going through a million moves a minute, and it's not like even they always know that the evaluation is this, right? We're seeing the bar. They have no idea what the evaluation is. They might think more or less it's equal or slightly better for white, but the truth of the position they're trying to figure out in real time. I want to suggest another weird move. This one doesn't lead to a draw, so you can thank me for that. It probably leads to a bad position for white, but I'll still suggest it. Move rook to e3. I know it's ugly. Wait, it's not that bad?
Not that bad.
Oh, wow. So my idea was just to free the queen to play queen c2. And I was thinking if bishop to h5, then now knight to g3 kind of attacks that bishop. So it justifies provoking the bishop back. If bishop g6, now maybe we could take on f6 under very good circumstances. Or we could take on g6 and maybe even play that. Take on g6 and some move here. I'm not sure exactly what, but queen to d3 is playable, I guess. It's not obvious why white would go for this, but okay, it's some sort of direction. So maybe it's not so stupid.
What an idea. Rook e3. That didn't come to my mind. I mean, I was trying to make bishop takes f6 work. I was thinking about knight g3, just trying to go after this bishop. But this was bothering me. After knight g3, I was wondering if the knight could move and hop over to h5, just offering a trade of knights. And it seemed to solve many of black's problems here if you can get these knights off the board, because bishop takes f6 was the one kind of threat in the position, and we don't mind taking on h5 with our bishop to get back to g6.
Yeah, I think it's probably a very good idea, because you if you allow knight takes g3 and play h takes g3, then it's very difficult to remove that bishop from g4. But also, it's not clear exactly how white would respond without knight takes h5, because queen c2 would allow bishop. Does it allow bishop f3? Because bishop f3, bishop h7.
Oh, he took an f6 though.
And
Okay,
yes,
the
and I
sharpest
have to
approach.
say, I'm relieved to see that decision by Ding. The more lines that we were looking into, it just feels like this is where the chances can be. And well, finally, after a long think, Ding does decide to go for the approach that guarantees the most fun in the middle game for all of us. Bishop f6. Yan will undoubtedly come back and recapture in seconds. And now Ding has to think about what really the follow-up is. The second world champion, Emmanuel Lasker, said, if you see a good move, find a better one. Now, in classical chess, the thought that has been echoed by top players often is that if you go into a think tank that's more than 15 minutes, you're not actually finding anything new in the position, but in fact, you're just double checking and sometimes doubting your own decisions. Ding has to make sure that's not the case for him. Yan recaptures, and Ding plays the move immediately. So this is what he was thinking about. The follow-up, the knight comes to g3, threats of pushing that pawn h3, forcing black to take a decision with the bishop on g4 in the air. Fabi, happy with this decision finally made by Ding? Recapture on f6, fun middle game for all of us.
It's definitely fun, and it was what we were analyzing a little bit, right? We said the move f5 here, h3, taken on through queen f3, and some sort of very complex fight on the king side. The queen side action is paused, right? We're not going to see anything happen there. There's no point for either side to do anything on the queen side. No standard b5, b4 ideas. All the action is directed to the king side. I'm wondering about the move king to h8 as well. Very natural. It might even be the first move which comes to mind. White's only idea with this is to play h3. Otherwise, I don't see a point. And yeah, I'm kind of wondering, was bishop takes f3 forced? Because black can take and play f5 here. There's bishop takes g3. But there's also bishop takes h3. I mean, it's actually an option. Because here there's... Because gh3, now we can take on g3? What is this? Take, and king to h1? This works out for white, right?
Yeah, because you have knight h2 to block a check. I think Fabi's think if black can take on h3 and open this king, but when this knight comes back to h2, what's the material count? Is it 3 pawns for this knight?
3 pawns, right. But the piece is more valuable because the pawns are not passed. They're not, well, I guess the f and h pawns are passed, but they're not really dangerous for the moment.
Yeah.
So, but wait, what about
I just want to push back. Yes, Fabi, because I think this could be really dangerous, and maybe to think about whether to play rook g8 before giving a check on h3, or even with the queen on g3, because you're threatening a mate in 1 on g2. And Robert, if we just back up rook g8 in this position, this bishop h3 sacrifice, because the eval bar approves, it looks like something that could be a point of worry for white. Queen e2 is the move that comes to mind. Is there another defense? And then you pick up the h3 pawn with a check. Was the idea I wanted to check with you. Knight h2. Bring up that rook into the attack, Robert. I'm hoping you'll help me with a square. Maybe to g3 with a tempo. Hit that bishop. Get that other rook onto g8. This looks like dangerous territory for white.
I don't like it. I think I don't like it for black, I should say, because I feel like you're not going to checkmate the white king, and once pieces get traded, only black has the opportunity to lose this game because the material imbalance is such that white has a bishop for 3 pawns. But as Fabi was saying, with the double pawns, it's not as easy to get them rolling. I think this would be taking way too much risk for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And there's another variation I want to go down, which actually has the same material imbalance, but colors reversed. So if we go back after knight g3...
sorry to interrupt, Robert.
Yeah.
But I just like... I really think that it could be a very important line, but not specifically this one. I was thinking, like, you don't have to take on g3 immediately. You can play rook to g8, and I was just, like, wondering about this one.
Here?
Instead of taking on g3, like, instead of taking with the bishop on g3. Because you kind of, I think, are, like, king h1 makes sense, right? And so, if take on g3, now I take with the rook. And it's kind of a different story. Because there will be like rook g8 followed by rook g2 ideas. And it looks like the queen's more active on g3, but I feel like this is really dangerous. Like knight h2, rook to g8. Yeah, okay, so you defend against it. I mean, even rook g2 is a big question because the queen in an open position could cause some... Apparently not. Yeah, apparently not rook g2.
But I think I can sense it, Fabi. I know you well enough. You're coming to be like, oh, if I don't see anything concrete here, then white should have the long-term advantage, practically speaking, even if the eval bar says it's zeros.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I was just... I have this feeling that there's something concrete here, like maybe e5 or something, but I don't 100% see it. I'm getting... The spidey sense is tingling. But that being said, yeah, if you don't see it, then you probably don't go for this with black.
No,
that's absolutely correct.
It's such a deep line. And actually, what I was going to show was, let's say you do play king to h8, and we get this normal variation where this pawn f6 is under attack, queen h5 is at the threat, you play f5. I was wondering, can Ding take on f5? It's the colors reversed of 3 pawns for a piece. But in a situation like this, I'm threatening checkmate. You play f6. And can I just take a 3rd pawn and say, all right, let's see how this game goes?
I like it. Yeah, 3 pawns and the obstacle bishops aids in the attack. The bishop on d3 it's a better piece than the bishop on d6 because black has less pawns to potentially blunt it. So, I don't know. I intuitively, it looks very nice for white. I see the Valbar is not super excited, but in a practical game, I would... If given a choice, I would probably pick the white pieces because let's say rook d8, queen either to h5 or to f3. It's hard, maybe f3, right? Because queen h5, queen f7, maybe you don't want to trade queens. Queen f3 followed by rook to e6, rook to e1. I'm having more fun with white than with black in this position.
For sure. No, I mean, this type of position looks scarier for the Black King. The Knight isn't really playing. It's not influencing the position very much. So I feel like, is this what Ding is going for? Because I was trying to work out where he could possibly play for an edge, and this at least creates an imbalance and one that seems at least easier to play for white.
That would be a big decision by Ding to go for these complications, sacrificing a piece, a very committal one, because now you kind of just have to start thinking about building an attack. And games would probably be very difficult for white in this. So if you take this committal decision, you really have to be sure about your chances. And given the match situation, it would be a big decision by Ding. But that's what he has to do. He has to find those moments, those complications where he does give Yan the opportunity to go wrong as well. And as chat is pointing out, that Yan is now the one who's going into a thing. And we're getting some fun facts and stats from our team that over 25-minute thing that Ding just went into on the previous move before deciding to take on f6 with this big decision. It was his third longest think for one move in this World Championship match. He had a longer think in game 2 and in game 4 as well. But he's done these with the white pieces. He's been in a think tank for that long with the white pieces, and game 2 was the one that Yan won with black. So again, just repeating this, that Ding needs to be careful with his clock management. He has to be judicious about his time management. Yes, that was a big decision. He took his time for it, but I'm expecting Ding now to play a little faster, to pick up the momentum. Will he take these decisions of these sacrifices that you're pointing out? Well, knight g3 is on the board, and Yan's the one who's thinking whether to trade the bishop for the knight. What are the other alternatives that Yan can perhaps be looking at in this position to keep things and material more balanced here?
I think f5 is a very natural move, and it's a bit less exciting, unfortunately, but like f5, h3, take, and besides allowing the sacrifice that Robert mentioned, I'm not sure I like bishop takes g3. I think probably white is better there because you can play g4, like king h8 g4. It's starting to get very dangerous for the black king because you have that extra g pawn as like a battering ram. But maybe knight to e7 is a sensible option. On the other hand, I don't like spending time on the move knight to e7 here because knight to h5 followed by g4, king to h8 g4. What is this position? It's a very unclear one, but it's very dangerous, very dangerous for black as well.
Yeah, Fabio, I was about to agree with you, and I was thinking, we looked at knight takes f5, but even these knight h5 variations, they look worrisome for black because there's this tension on f5. This king can step out the way of the g file, and you really are never taking on g4. There's queen f6 checkmate immediately, but even if I didn't checkmate you, let's say I just took back with the pawn, right? Let's ignore the checkmate for the moment. You see, white still has a huge advantage because checkmate will be on tap. h7 is threatened. My queen stares down to f7 as well. This does not seem like a position you want from black's perspective. So I really liked your knight h5 idea from earlier and in this position as well. So maybe Ding does have options here, and that's what Yan is a little bit worried about. He just sees that his choices, he has a few of them. He's going to have to play f5, but this knight very well may land on that h5 square or sacrifice on f5. I kind of like knight h5 it is more after we just looked through that line.
Yeah, it's a big choice for Yan now because he can sack a piece or he can allow those. And let's go down that line a little bit more because I feel like there was a very interesting option for black at the end of it there after g4. I just noticed this dynamic option. And it's a line which could easily happen. So like all these lines are definitely relevant. So f5, h3, take, knight to e7. In case he's worried about knight takes f5, I'm not sure he would be. Knight to h5, castle g4. King h8, sorry, that is g4. And knight to g6 is super tempting. G takes f5. I think white should go for it. Knight to h4. So queen to g4 loses a queen. So queen to e3. I was thinking. Yeah, this is dead in the water. And okay, white has enormous threat. Queen to h6 followed by queen g7, queen f6, etc. But rook g8. How does this continue? Because it's very concrete. King go to either square, I think. And it's hard to say which one. But king h1. There's rook to g2. What's going on? Queen h6, rook h2, king g1, and rook probably just loses, but oh, is there? Wait, what is the refutation here?
Is it like some kind of Queen E7 simple move or something? Or that looks scary because F6.
Yeah, it's not obvious. White has a lot of threats, so yeah, we can figure this out. Wait, rook to G2. Queen F6, King G8. So rook 8 to G2. Yeah.
Oh, or not.
Oh, because Queen takes H4. Oh, there's Queen F6, Queen H4.
That is sickening. The queen actually goes back to steal the knight, and that would be, in fact, winning for white. These lines are crazy.
Why is chess so difficult?
Where's the win?
It's so not obvious here. Like it's really really looks like you might just get mated with black in this position.
Is it this move? Don't tell me it's this move. And you'll give rook F2.
Oh,
Queen H2 now.
Yeah, F6.
That's
rook
gorgeous.
F2. That's a nice move.
Oh, nope, it's not that either.
What? Rook.
How do we?
Rook takes F2 is not the move. Is
it?
it?
How do we find this? I'm so confused. Because Queen H7 is checkmate.
I'm really searching hard in this position. I promise, I'm not slacking here. I'm
No. This is what happens, right? People think, oh, but chess is so easy. It's completely winning. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with them? But where's the win here? Because this king can always slink out to E2.
Yeah, if it's not rook takes F2, because rook G1, king G1 doesn't seem to change anything.
Yeah,
so
in
yeah,
fact, it just right.
Yeah, it just gives a rook. So like the tactical options are, what are your tactical options? I mean, you can block the mate on H7, but what does that like achieve? Like knight F5, bishop takes F5, E takes F5. This is it, really? This is winning?
Whoa, it wasn't?
Now you take on F2. Now you take on it. Now it's rook F2, king F2, queen H2.
No.
Oh, queen C4. Queen C4 is checkmate. Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness. God. This is like stuff out of the puzzle books. That's actually sick. You distract the bishop from the diagonal. You can't move this king on the G file. Thank you, Fabi. This was really bothering me. And rook E2 takes away the king's escape square, and rook H1. That is so difficult.
I think this queen C4 wasn't too difficult. It was just some blindness.
Because we're looking in this direction.
Yeah, we were looking with the queen coming to H2, and it was an unexpected direction for the queen. But yeah, these are complex lines. Yeah, we should get back to the game position where none of this might happen. Who knows what will happen?
You guys just saw a line. I don't even know how many moves deep was that, with queen c4 checkmating in the end. Just some amazing ideas. Easy to miss when you're focused on one side of the board, when you're so concentrated on finding a mate on the king side with sacrifices. Incredible line there, Fabi. Just shows the kind of attacking ideas that do exist in this position. And we see that now it is Jan Nepomniachtchi's time to take that time on the clock to figure out his way in this very difficult position, which could blow up with all these lines that we're looking at. Also, the one thing that I keep noticing is how the players have really taken to twirling the piece in their hand in these big think moments. We know the champion of that is Boris Gelfand, who we see the top players resort to that a lot to calm their mind and to stay completely focused, while Jan Nepomniachtchi has a think in this position, trying to navigate all these possibilities and see how he can keep things under control. We will go into a short break and be back with his decision.
Introducing WorldQuant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. WorldQuant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
WorldQuant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
Jan Nepomniachtchi head and hands there for his move 13 of game 12 of the World Championship match. He leads with a 1-point margin. He is a point and a half away from the ultimate dream of becoming world champion. But playing with the black pieces today, there are questions to be answered with the approach that Ding has had in this game so far. And we see there, Ding has left the chair. Jan is still there having a big think right now. One of the bigger ones that we've seen burn the clock with the black pieces there. Knight g3, Ding's last move. The two moves that do come to mind naturally for Jan in this position: sidestep with the king to h8, open that g line for the rook to come into other lines that Robert and Fabi have been discussing. Also the move f5, blocking that bishop on d3, taking control of all these attacking ideas, just consolidating the position on the king side. But the good news for all of us is that in both these lines, we can potentially see big piece sacrifices from either of these two players. I'm going to ask Robert. Robert, looking at Jan, what do you think is his mindset right now in this position? He can't be too pleased about getting this kind of a fiery position on the board in this game 12.
No, it's going to require a lot of calculation here because we saw piece sacrifices from either side. There is a lot to work out. Even a forced checkmating sequence that we were trying to discover was so much more difficult than the eval bar would make us believe. So I know chat is busy. Tanya, I don't know if you saw this, but during the break, I asked them an important question. I said, would they rather play the London in Budapest or the Budapest in London? So I think they're all busy trying to answer that question right now.
They're definitely busy trying to figure it out for the question first, Robert. That's a fun one. Well, we didn't see a London, but we saw a very quiet opening by Ding, and it has completely exploded. Fabi, when you start with the white pieces and you make these small moves in the opening, you play e3, you play c3, we expect it to be a slow, long game. But this one is anything but. And we're seeing with all these ideas, the attacking ideas that you're mentioning, the one thing that really got me by surprise, as you mentioned, chess is hard. When you've got the best player in the world, well, one of the best players in the world, Fabiano Caruana, struggling in that position with Robert to see Queen C4, you know just how difficult and tricky chess can be. So easy to miss. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi not missing much. He does choose one of the two options that we were looking at, F5 on the board, blocking that bishop. Now the big question will be, what does he have in mind after H3 and the trades that we're looking at? Fabi, what do you make of this decision by Jan?
Yeah, it was, I think, a 50-50 choice. Both King H8 and F5 were very logical. I don't know if one move is necessarily better than the other. They might be equivalent choices, but in a very kind of funny twist, one way would kind of encourage black to sacrifice a piece, and the other one encourages white to sacrifice a piece. Although the question will remain after bishop f3, queen f3, does Jan allow knight takes f5? Or does he play that knight afraid of knight takes f5? Does white even have to go for knight h5 because there's also the move knight to h5? Certainly very logical. In fact, let's have a look at knight h5 because I don't think we explored this one too much. And it's the same idea, g4, but here black can, let's say after rook g8, g4, can find some move that covers f6 square. I think queen e7 is a mistake. Also, I know it's probably not a mistake because bishop takes f5 is met by queen to g5. Oh wait, queen g5, bishop d3, and you can't take the knight on h5. That's quite funny.
Oh, that's a nice one, Fabi.
Because
let's just show that line on the
f6,
board, Robert.
Yeah.
And then you just give up your queen, but take the rook that was actually pinning the g4 pawn, and you end up winning that queen. Good stuff.
So
tactics everywhere.
Queen to d8 or queen to e7? Queen to d8 is a bit more logical because anyway the queen's going to go on that diagonal, so why allow bishop takes f5 at all? And if the king moves somewhere, black has all these like queen h4 ideas. So for example, king to h1, black can certainly consider starting to sacrifice some material. Oh wait, here you can already take on g4 and queen h4, so this is simply bad for white. So you have to move the king to f1 instead. And very unclear stuff. Black can sacrifice queen h4. G takes f5 followed by e5 is definitely coming to mind as a very interesting option. And who knows? I mean, white is taking just as many risks as black in all these lines.
You got some decisions by the players. By the way, h3 was played. The knight on f3 has indeed been picked up. And after queen f3 will be the big moment. Does Jan allow the complications with that knight jumping into f5, picking up those 3 pawns for the piece in the line that we've seen? Now, the one question I have for you, Robert, in this position is that after queen f3, if Jan wants to try to keep things under control by liquidating, by taking, by capturing that knight, which is creating so much trouble for black, queen f3, bishop takes g3. Is that a capture that actually ends up favoring Ding Liren? Because then we can see a recapture and that pawn actually pushing over to g4.
Yeah, we only briefly touched upon it, but it looks really bad for black. I don't think there's any universe where Jan would want to do that, because if he ever takes this knight on g3 and the pawn will push up to g4, that springs free the diagonal. The bishop will have new life, and it will cause probably the death of the black king. So I don't think that after queen takes f3, Jan will be taking on g3. He will have to allow this knight to hop on over to h5, and he'll live with the consequences. The eval bar says it's even, but I think this is another moment where we should reiterate to everybody watching, and even to myself, is that players don't have the engines. They don't have the eval bar. We only see the bar going up and down. We don't have the moves. They don't even have the bar. So they have to rely on their own assessment. And sometimes in positions as tricky and complicated as this, you may think, oh, I'm worse when the computer says you're equal. You may think the position's pretty dynamically balanced, but you're actually losing. So it's not very easy to figure out the exact evaluation. And he does bring his knight to e7. So he defends preemptively this pawn on f5, and I do think we're going to see these crazy variations with knight h5 and g4.
White's most logical move here is knight to h5. How else do you get the attack in? Because queen to h5 will allow bishop takes g3. You don't want that at all. Or although you can consider queen g5, knight g6, f g3 there. So I wouldn't say that you net, but queen h5 just feels a bit wrong. Black can also play knight to g6, and yeah, knight to h5 is really coming to mind. And after knight to h5, I think king to h8 is the most logical move. There is knight to g6 again. It's a position which is rich in options, but king to h8 is super logical. And then white has the move knight to f6 as well as the move g4 that we were considering. Will Jan continue to blitz out?
Tricky. Because you're just threatening queen h5 and there's no way to fight that mate on h7. So will black actually have to be super precise and start offering the trade with knight g8? Would that be the way to counter the threat?
I think so, but then it allows knight takes d5, the piece sacrifice that he seemed to have been avoiding. So knight f6, knight g8, knight takes d5 is the same, pretty much the same position now. The knight magically transported from c6 to to g8. But besides that little detail, it's the same position.
But it is an important detail.
Transformation.
Because that knight is there closer to the black king, which makes the black king feel safer. Because actually, I would like to analyze it just very quickly to show the difference, because it is an important distinction. And sometimes I think a lot of our viewers, they may say, these two lines look identical. How do we tell the difference? Well, here, if this knight goes to g8 and we take here, we take on f5, we're threatening checkmate. So you have to stop that with f6. This knight actually defends this pawn on f6, whereas in the other position, the knight was on c6. So that knight is a very important defender, which means moves like rook e8 will be possible because you don't need to be tied down to this pawn on f6. So it's a really important distinction. A move like rook e6 was probably available with the knight on c6. With the knight on g8, rook e6, you want to double your rooks, but you're too slow because you're not threatening this pawn on f6. So it is actually a nuance that would be good for black. And so I don't think we are going to see a piece sack in this particular variation.
Yeah, it's really difficult for me to say because this is such a complex position. And I even think rook e6 here, although it does threaten a lot less, is still a viable move because rook to e8, I just want to play a position. I want to play. Oh wait, actually, rook takes d6. Just threatening to win on the spot, but rook takes d6 there, as you highlighted. So how does black plays rook to d8 here? I guess to defend that. Yeah. Then I'm just playing with compensation. Rook a to e1. I can't take the pawn d5, but I can continue in a slow fashion with g3, king g2, and light squares. It's all about those light squares.
How about that?
Oof, that's nasty. Yeah, so he played g4, the line that we were looking at.
Yeah,
exactly the same line.
You guys are calling out the game. This
knight
is
to
incredible
g6.
stuff.
Let's go, knight g6.
Knight g6 would be such a brave decision from Jan, but this is probably what the position calls for, is instead of just becoming a turtle and going into your shell when there are predators around you, you have to fight back. And look at Jan. He's actually about to make a move very quickly, and he plays rook g8, so I think that makes perfect sense. And we could see a transposition because knight g6 could be next anyway, heading to h4.
Yeah, it's probably very likely to transpose because white decides where to put the king. And so we saw that king to f1 was not working out, right? Just to reiterate that line, king f1, knight g6, g takes f, or at least if white takes on f5, which is not obligatory. But let's say king at h1. Let's put that king on a square where it allows rook to g1. I'm actually kind of liking this for white.
So how would it go after king h1? And if black continues with knight g6?
Rook to g1.
And you jump in with the knight to h4, hitting your queen?
I don't know if that's too terrifying because I can play queen to e2.
And now can black actually try to just consolidate on the king side and say no more open files with the f pawn push on f4, or is that too dangerous to allow the bishop to open up on the diagonal?
I just realized you have bishop h2, which is kind of annoying.
Hmm.
f4 I was happy. f4 I was happy for white because then you could even maybe, I don't know if like f3 makes sense, but you have knight of6 ideas, you have queen c2 ideas. I would really hesitate to play f4 with black because you f3 followed by queen f2, it feels like you're really closing off your play as well.
Right. It's one of those positions, we've talked about this type of style where maybe the engine says, yeah, no reaction, it's still equal, but you've limited yourself, you've restricted your own pieces. So I think objectively, Tanya's decision is a great one, but I think also at the same time, it makes some of the next choices a little bit more difficult. So I understand both of you here that f4 saves your king because now you close the position, but it also closes off your play. And that's the dynamic question that we are asking here. That if we just pause for a second, we've looked at a variety of options, some of which black is just sort of waiting and just saying, I'm going to defend against your threat. And others is black taking the initiative himself and being like, let me jump forward. And that is actually a better form of defense here. So I'm actually surprised that Ding is thinking after rook g8, because after g4, bringing your rook closer to your king, pinning this pawn on g4 as well, seemed like a very natural move. Probably the most natural move by Jan. And then Ding doesn't have his response ready, whether to move his king to the side.
Yeah.
Robert, before we deep dive further into this position with all these tactics, the chat has been diving into your burning question about whether they should play London in Budapest or the Budapest in London. And I am going to report that the London is the big winner in this. Not that much competition there. Everyone loves the London. I wonder if that has something to do with the 100% score that London has in the World Championship. Played only once so far in a World Championship match, and it was this one with the white pieces in game 6 by Ding Liren, which he actually won. So London, a good choice there by chat. Fabi, do you approve?
I think it's a good opening to play at any level. It's one of those eternal openings. You know, we've seen it maybe not at the forefront of theory throughout history, but it's always been there as a viable option. And then we had guys who were popularizing it a lot. Obviously, Gada Kamsky comes to mind as like one of the big experts, and I would also say Alexander Grishuk comes to mind, and even Magnus, who didn't play it as much as those other two, but Magnus also had his time when he was playing the London a ton. So we see the very best in the world playing the London, succeeding with it at the top level, obviously in this match as well. So it's a good opening for any level, whether you're just starting out, whether you're a very proficient player, whether you're a grandmaster or even the best in the world.
Yeah, you're too professional, Fabi, because the question was, would you rather play the London in Budapest, so you have to be in that city, or play the Budapest in London? So I feel like people either are maybe less familiar with Budapest, the opening, but they seem to want to be in Budapest playing the London, but are they prioritizing the opening over the city? That's my big question, because you've been to both Budapest and London.
Well, I lived in Budapest for a little while.
Right.
And it's a beautiful city. But the problem is not the city, the problem is the opening, because the Budapest, to remind people, you give away your pawn on the second move for absolutely no reason. You don't have to. You can play any move, you can do whatever you want, but I guess it was some guy from Budapest back in the day, he was probably having a few pints, and he was like, okay, let's see what we can do here on move 2. Let's give our e-pawn away for no reason. So that's the problem with the question. It's not really the city. Both cities are amazing cities, of course.
Yeah, voluntarily just giving not just any pawn, pretty much the most important pawn in Black's position there, just the e-pawn. I completely agree with Fabi there. And I think the other thing about London that has traditionally changed is that one always used to look at the opening as super solid, where, you take out your bishop on f4, you're playing e3, c3, you take out your knight on d2. But over time, there are all these other options where you can go for the Jabava London. You can also play h4 at some point. So you can decide if you want to have the traditional positional approach of the London, or create more dynamic chances, make it an attacking fight. So it's just a very flexible opening, and especially in faster time controls, we see it becoming more and more popular. Meanwhile, Ding goes with your idea of playing the move king to h1. It is on the board. He's the one with head and hands right now. Slightly surprised because it's not his move, but he's clearly trying to think about what happens after the natural looking knight g6. It's also a move that's screaming to be played. You're simply bringing that knight to h4, hitting that queen on f3. I love that line, and I would love it if we deep dive a little bit into it and we see Jan Nepomniachtchi has left his resting area and is about to walk back into the playing arena. Has he made his choice already while he was in the rest area, or will he take a little bit of his time to make the move knight g6? But apart from that, do we see an alternative here for black?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a move rook to g5 is also very logical. The thing is, I'm not sure if after rook g5, rook to g1, this is helping black's cause, because I could see the rook trade being a lot of danger for black. Like rook g1, let's say other rook to g8. Yeah, and if like rook a to g8, I think g takes f5 could start to be very dangerous for black here. Because if you...
Sorry, go ahead, Fabi.
Yeah, if you take on f5 with the knight, then I can take on f5 with the bishop, right? Potentially. And if you take with the rook, I take on g8. Is a king this king is escaping to the center, though. That's queen g4, king f8. I thought it would be dangerous, but maybe it leads absolutely nowhere for white. So white would have to find something better than this.
You know, maybe the problem is after rook g1, rook g8, there's like a knight f6 to throw in, because your rook can't easily move up. I have knight e8 ideas in some of these positions, and there's tactics galore at this point.
Yeah, knight e8 is a crucial idea. Also, after rook g6, I'm wondering, is it knight e8 or is there's also this move h4? Very tempting. h4 allows rook to h6.
What a crazy position.
This is crazy stuff. But at the very least, white can probably play knight e8 here and probably queen d7. It's not clear if this is leading to an advantage, though. Take. Maybe just a positional advantage, some rook g3 followed by rook to g1 and claim I'm slightly better.
Bold claim, Fabi. Bold claim.
Who knows? I mean, it looks okay for black to the naked eye.
This would be an exciting option, but the one that Jan has chosen, equally exciting and equally fun. We have been talking about this line with potential knight jumps. Knight g6 has been the move of choice by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's looking at bringing that knight to h4. And now once again, it is on Ding. You can't fight that threat. The knight is arriving on h4 regardless of the move that you make. Rook g1, the most natural response to this move?
It's very natural. Rook g1, knight h4 followed by queen d2 is super logical. It allows that bishop h2. I don't know if that's just to remind the viewers, because it's been a while since we mentioned this line, but we did actually look at this line quite far in advance after g takes f5, which is probably a very serious mistake. And we can quickly run down that line again, because I think it was quite fun. Knight to h4, queen to e3, rook to g2, queen to h6, rook threatening checkmate. So it's even though the computer says it loses, it's not at all obvious why. So rook to h2, king to g1, rook to g8, king to f1. Again, white is threatening checkmate with queen f6, but black saves the day, I think, only in one way. Or maybe black saves the day in more than one way, but yeah, this bishop to e7, f6, and now knight to f5, bishop takes f5, and suddenly out of the blue, white is threatening checkmate again, but queen to c4, rook e2, rook h1, checkmate. Out of the blue, a checkmate along the diagonal, even the queen coming to c4. So we won't see this, but it's fun to show it anyway.
Super hard to spot even in the moment. We struggled with it for a bit there, so it's even more difficult to visualize that type of position. You can see that you have an attack, so I feel like Jan, he knows when how to play. Whether he's the initiative, that is. He's obviously a very intuitive player with great calculation skills, so I feel like he understands this knight coming to h4 is very dangerous for the white king on h1. So I think rook g1, that feels like a very safe option. Relatively speaking, you keep the tension between these pawns. And yeah, I do think that this game will just continue and both sides will have their chances to take control to gain the upper hand. But I like the way that this is going. The direction of the game is good for Ding Liren. He needs to get a win, and this definitely gives him chances.
But this line that we've been looking at, and I just want to ask you one question on it, because it just looks like Black is finishing the game off with a checkmate. Was there a possibility at some point for White to actually throw in a check on f6 and make sure you don't get your other rook into the attack with g8? Because there's a big chance of Ding actually going for this this option of trying to get that queen to h6, of trying to get that knight to f6. You're basically threatening a mate in one. And if you see a way to counter Black's attack, then that is super tempting to go into. So Robert, if you don't mind, can we just deep dive into that just a little more? Pull up the analysis board just for a moment and take a look at this option? Or is this a bad idea for Ding to get into?
Sorry, can you repeat the line that you're...
So you take on f5.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
e3. Yes. And now queen h6. Right, so this is very important. And this was the point that I just wanted to make, Robert, that it's so crucial for Black to actually not spend time to take the f5 pawn. Because if you just back up for a second, instead of rook g2, if you waste time with a move like e takes f5, then White actually isn't time to come in with the attack. Queen h6, rook g2, and now nothing works out for Black because you've got a check on f6. And the bar approves, and I think rook g1 is the follow-up. The knight falls as well. So you really have to go for the attack with rook g2. What are the chances for Ding to actually miss this idea of queen c4 in the end? Because then
I think that
you might just go for this attack.
I think that in fact, e takes f5, the move you mentioned, is actually very good and a much simpler. Maybe rook g2 is good, but e takes f5, and the point is after queen h6, we aren't going with the attack immediately because we have rook to g6, and that actually just kills all the play. And I think that's what, once you see this rook g6, you just stop your calculation with White and with Black because you realize e takes f5, White's attack is actually going nowhere, and you're left probably with your king going to be getting hunted down rather than the other way around. So with that in mind, I think although our line was fun, it's always nice to get into those fantasy variations, but e takes f5 is a cold shower. And yeah, once you mentioned that, I saw that like this queen h6 is actually a dead end for White. So Ding will not go for this. I'm completely sure at this point that there's no temptation even to go for that.
So Fabi, you mentioned a different line with rook g1, knight h4, and if queen e2, there was like some bishop h2 stuff because you're kicking this rook away. So this looks pretty annoying for White to deal with. Your rook can't go up to g2, the knight will take it. If the rook goes up to wait a sec. I was about to say, you know what that happens when you're speaking, you can't do this, and I'm wondering now, what if you do sacrifice an exchange like this?
It's a really interesting idea because the knight should drop back to g6, and it's not a matter of like some direct tactics. I think it's just you're taking the pawn. So g takes f5, e takes f5, and I guess you can take on f5 immediately, or queen f3. It's hard to say what first because those pawns are dropping off one way or the other. But let's say bishop takes f5, rook, let's say a to e8, queen to f3. We already see like a natural move like rook to e8. The computer is doubting a little bit. But yeah, White just has a lot of compensation. A pawn for the exchange is already not that much material down. Knight on h5, beautiful. Coming to f6. Bishop, very strong. Black's knight on g6, and not really in the game anymore in terms of attacking. Still a good defensive piece, but yeah, super interesting, this rook g3 idea.
It was an accident. I was just trying to illustrate for everybody because sometimes we go a little bit too quickly. And I was like, okay, after bishop h2 here, this rook can't stay on the g file. It really wants to remain here to challenge the black rook. Rook g2, you're going to see the eval bar plummet because knight takes g2. This is very clear. And I was just trying to indicate that you can't make the move. And then I'm saying it out loud. I'm like, wait a second. This is actually kind of funny. So it was an accident, but it was a happy accident.
Yeah, that's a grandmaster level move. That's a super grandmaster level move. To me, rook g3 just feels like a move that you wouldn't even consider. You know, you're just basically saying, take my rook for your strong bishop. I would be amazed to see Ding to go for this. For me, the more natural reply to bishop h2 would be simply sidestep, save your material. It's an important game. You're going to need that rook for the attack. Move it to f1, move it to e1, any other square, Robert, but just give it for free voluntarily on g3. Such a great resource, and once again shows the kind of sacrifices that do exist in chess, where it's not just about sacrificing for attack, but taking away your opponent's strongest piece. Super instructive stuff here.
And I just want to give a shout out to the featured chat by, it looks like DeWitt. If I mispronounced that, my apologies. But it says, this feels like a report game and not a typical Ding game with the offbeat opening and the wild tactics. So, Fabi, you have by far the most experience against all these players. Would you agree with that chat comment?
Yeah, well, Richard definitely tends to get into some wild stuff, more so than we would associate with Ding, of course. I first played... So Richard was born, I think, in 1996. Correct me if I'm wrong there. But we first played in 2010, and he was a little kid. I was also a kid, but he was still like not even. I think he was a grandmaster, so he was a prodigy. But that was one of the craziest games I've ever had, and I remember it pretty much from beginning to end. I don't know why it was so memorable. It was a draw, but it lasted like 100 moves. It was a team event. Hungary against Italy at the time. I was playing for Italy, and at the end, all the players were crowded around this board, which was going in like deep into the end game. And yeah, Richie has always been such a fascinating player. Of course, now he's not a kid anymore; he's a top grandmaster and the second of Ding Liren. But yeah, we could have easily seen this in some Richie game, right? We can speculate on the inspiration that he's given Ding to play some of these creative. Openings like the Cole or the London system.
It's been very interesting all match long, just the kind of influence that we're seeing of Richard Rappo, his preparation, his opening ideas, the kind of dynamic middle games that we're seeing from Ding. And as you mentioned, well, stylistically, we know Ding to be an absolute beast in these positional strategic fights, but he's been so much more open to playing these kind of setups which do demand tactical precision as well. And it's always been fascinating the role of seconds in these matches. And I'm thinking about the 21 World Championship match, Jan versus Magnus, where it was Peter Lecco who was Jan's second. And we saw such a big shift in Jan's style in that match, where he was sort of not sticking to his usual aggressive options that he would intuitively be more inclined to take on the board, but a more positional approach. Do you think, Fabi, in these matches, that spending months with your trainer, months with your seconds team in preparation, it's not just the opening, but also your style of play that gets influenced?
Yeah, I think definitely whoever you're working with, they could easily have an effect on how you view chess, how you approach chess. It might not change your style because obviously these guys have been playing chess for so long, and it's not like they're being formed, right? They've already been formed as players. Although you continue to learn things, even if you're a top grandmaster like Jan or like Ding, you continue to learn and evolve your chess in some ways. So for sure, I mean, if they're working with, let's say it's Richard Rapport or it's Peter Leko, they're doing so because they have something that they could potentially learn from these guys. And so it might not lead to drastic changes, but it will definitely could lead to a difference in their understanding of certain positions, how they view certain openings, and these sorts of things. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if working with Richie has inspired Ding to, let's say, to change at least his opening approach, to evolve in some way how he's trying to approach chess.
And indeed, we are seeing inspired play in Game 12 of the World Championship match. Ding plays his one of the two final whites in the match. He needs to find a way to win a game to equalize. Currently on move 19, Ding having a think in a complicated position. This game is going to be extremely entertaining. Do not go anywhere. We will be back after a short break.
We have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Viswanathan with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was B3 from Magnus, just saying, hey man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just going to try to checkmate you, right? So of course, this is a hint to move F5, B3. And he's like, cool. Viswanathan says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen F4, get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight C7. What the heck is going on? Knight to C7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to C7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows F6 to happen here. F6 is going to take on G7. It's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight H5. Magnus plays G6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to H6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the H file, it's going to be a wrap for black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vishy Anand understands that too and plays queen to H4. Where is he going, class? H6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's black to move. Here's the move, hence knight c7 to put the knight on e8. The saying goes, a knight on e8 is actually f8. That's is what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm gonna put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to f3 or f4 and actually go for this mate on h7 because you stopped the g7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this, so what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool, that's cool. Go for it. B2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Viswanathan. So he says, okay, I will, young fella. Rook F4. He goes here and he's going for rook H4 mate. Wow. This is scary. Well, are you going to get your queen? You did all of this. Are you going to get your queen or not? Of course we are. B1 queen. Right, and after B1 queen, knight to F1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys? There's two queens on the board. Magnus has two queens, but is he getting mated or not? It's black to move. He goes queen E1, and then the game is over. The game ended right here, believe it or not. There is no more PGN, right? What do you mean, queen E1? What sense does that make? Well, let's see what happens. The idea here is after queen E1, where were you putting your rook? H4. Well, I can just go rook H4, but guess what? After I capture it, queen sacrifice, sacrificing one of my two queens. After queen takes H4, let's do a piece count. You have a queen, you have a bishop, and a knight. I have a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook, guys. So after that, this is done, right? I have an extra piece, an extra rook, and there's no mate here. So that's a resignation. And Magnus wins. That's incredible, right?
Robert, we do see Jan taking his time right now. Perhaps not one of the moves that he was expecting. The question mark on the board, our Evalbar says that white made an inaccuracy here. What's going on? Why is bishop c2 been awarded the question mark right now?
Yeah, it sometimes feels unfair in chess when you go to game analysis, game review, and you're like, wait, I thought that I made a good move. Why am I getting a question mark? But this was a mistake. You can just see the eval bar. I'll just go a half step back. You see it was towards the center. Then after the move bishop c2, all of a sudden black is the side for choice. And we understand why Ding would make this move. Bishop c2 opens up the d3 square if you want to line up this battery and go for an eventual checkmating attack. So there is merit to this move bishop to c2. And it's not the worst mistake, right? It wasn't a blunder, but you see how quickly Jan just brought his knight up to h4, the best decision. This queen has to move, and in many of the variations we looked at before that resulted in a checkmate, it was important that this queen got to c4 when the king was on f1. Now that looks even more available to the black queen. And also, black can simply go rook g6, bring this rook over to g8. I feel like time is very important here, and playing bishop c2, it seems like a bit of a waste of time.
Yeah, this is a interesting moment. Bishop c2 definitely doesn't come to mind immediately, but I think it was because he was looking at rook g1, knight h4. He wanted to put the queen on e3 to play potentially queen h6, but then he saw that f4 is kicking the queen away, and so he amended that whole concept by playing bishop c2, queen e3 end of f4, queen d3, and now you threaten mate on h7. Still, the computer does not like white at all here. Is it because rook g6 simply? It could just be rook g6, rook g8 followed by f5. And
I mean, all these lines, Fabi, who is attacking who is the first question I want to ask you.
well, I don't see white's attack whatsoever. Like, I just don't see how you ever get to the h7 pawn. So I think if white is doing okay, it's because he has like some very slow long-term plan. I think in this kind of position, you probably want to play f3 at some moment, because I'm very worried to be allowing like rook g8, and your queen can't move because knight f3. I just want to play like f3 rook e2 to kind of lift the rook into defense, so I can play rook e2 followed by maybe rook to g1 at some point. But I'm also super worried that I'm cutting off access to the king side, so if at some point black's pieces get in there, could be, checkmates on the h-file, could be all sorts of potential attacking ideas. Like queen e7, knight f5, and queen h4, and just, you throw everything at your king, you sacrifice pieces, I don't know. Definitely not exactly here, but like if black had rook to g8 here, and then knight to f5, take queen h4, like you could start to see some potential things like this working out, right? In this case, it actually does seem to work out.
Engine approved, yeah. So you give up all your pieces over here, but this king is the one that's in grave danger.
Well, let's show the end of that line. Queen to f1 instead of fg6.
Okay.
Queen f1, rook g1, queen g1, queen h3, queen h2, queen f3, and checkmate on g2. So you can't defend against the threats. Just can't do it. Is Ding getting in serious danger?
And also notice how when Yan thinks for a while on a move, the next one, he often makes it really fast. It's like he's seen a line and then he goes for it. Now, this move that Ding played, the bishop retreat, he took a while for it. And knight h4 is, of course, the first response that you look at. It's the most direct move. It's the one that threatens the queen. And now, once again, we see Ding slowing down. The doubts on that calculation, the second guessing of his own moves. Is this something that is surprising? And apart from queen e3 that you're pointing out, queen d3 is the other natural move that comes to mind. Can you guys highlight the differences between these two? And is it more beneficial for white to not provoke f4 perhaps?
Yeah, I guess I'll take the lead here, and Fabi, you can back me up or find better. But if queen d3 stops this pawn from moving, that was Tanya's whole point of the question, because if this pawn were to move, then there's queen takes h7 checkmate. That was the whole point of bringing the queen and bishop on the same diagonal, forming the battery. That would be mate to this black king. But f4 is out of the question. I still think that black can play this the way that we've been talking about. Like, why not play rook g6? I don't think all that much has really changed, because after rook g8, things like this, at some point we could still push this pawn. As the rook blocks this queen and bishop's path on the diagonal, this looks really troublesome for Ding Liren. I feel like Tanya made an excellent point that when Jan Nepomniachtchi thinks, he often follows it up very quickly. He's in the flow of the game. I like the way he's playing. Whereas Ding, he goes for a think, then a move is played, then he goes for another think. I just feel like Jan has the initiative now in the upper hand.
Yeah, I think
Decision on the board, Fabi. Queen e3 played.
Yeah, I think that he provokes f4 with good reason, because in those lines, as Robert mentioned, after queen d3, black doesn't move the f-pawn yet, but plays rook to g6 first. And I think that after black puts the other rook on g8, a very critical idea would be to take on g4 and follow it up with f5. And white's king is really the one that is more vulnerable than black's, because there's no h-pawn to cover it from potential things on the h-file, like rook g2, rook h2. Black's pieces are just attacking more efficiently than white's are. And so he wants to prepare f4. At least it keeps He wants to provoke f4, that is. At least it keeps the position closed. And Black does still have rook g6 here. I am kind of wondering about this move. Because if g takes f5, you always have to watch out for rook to g2 as well. I think maybe in this case it's already a bit too late to be watching out, because you queen h6, we've seen like the same idea already. Here it's much easier. Queen h6, rook h2, king g1, rook g8, king f1, queen c4, because the bishop went to c2, right? So the bishop doesn't even have to be distracted from that diagonal with the before Black has this checkmate. So rook g6 is also, I suspect that Jan might consider his option a bit here, because both f4 and rook g6 are very tempting options. Maybe White needs to play this like fortifying f3 again.
Doesn't look good though, right? I mean, if you gave White 2 free moves, besides let's go Pac-Man and eat all the pieces, if we gave ideas more so than moves, what is White's idea in the position? I don't think you ever want to take on f5. That opens the g file, especially with the rook coming over here. So what's the plan that Ding Liren is trying to make work?
That's a great question, Robert. It's not a great question because I can answer it. It's a great question because I can't answer it. I just don't see White's idea here. I mean, slowly get c4, but I don't even know if you want to get c4, and it would take like a million moves anyway to prepare b3, c4, and so on. So I guess your idea is rook e2, queen f2, but then just queen e7 defends it, or queen d8, so that doesn't really change anything. f4 followed by g5. Maybe. But then h6 will kind of open things up. I'm a bit concerned. Maybe you have no ideas, you just say, I'm not winning this game anymore, but I'll try not to lose it. And I'll still hold this position together and wait for Black to try to break through.
That's not the best case scenario for Ding Liren at all, given the match situation, Fabi. But maybe things have gone wrong and backfired in this attack that Ding was looking for on the king side. Now, f3 to consolidate the king side also has its own drawbacks of creating these dark squared weaknesses. I want to ask you instead, is there another approach that perhaps Ding can be thinking about in these lines with rook to g6? Maybe just slide his own rook to g1 and start offering rook trades on the g line. Is that something that Ding can be looking at?
I think so. My concern was that, like, let's say rook to g6, rook g1, rook g8. Let's make those moves, and let's just consider if White takes on f5, then maybe rook to g2 is still a concern.
I have to trade once. It's a mate in one.
So yeah,
that's an easy one to answer.
You have to trade that. Rook g2, rook g2. But rook h2 is no longer a critical threat because Black doesn't have that second rook to get into the attack. So maybe White can play like fe6. Nope.
I just want to point out I almost fell for a checkmate there, trying to get the queen to h6. And there is a checkmate, in fact, with a rook check on h2, the knight jumping to f3 after the king moves to g1. And what we were pointing out, that move by Ding of the bishop retreat, and suddenly the queen comes to c4 with a check, and this would be game over. So easy to fall for these tactics.
Yeah, this is showing why bishop c2 was not really a great move, because the bishop is actually more of a better defensive piece on d3. And although Ding did have an idea, and it makes sense in a vacuum, but in this specific position, it just doesn't meet the demands of the position. But still, that's an option. Rook g1 followed by g5. At least it's a very concrete option, and I think Ding will be looking for concrete ways to solve his problems. The other issue, I think, though, is let's try that again. Rook g6, rook g1, rook g8, and g takes f5. Super direct approach for White. I'm wondering, what if I just play e takes f5 with Black? Like, yeah, what is better here? Oh, rook takes g6 followed by knight f6 is...
What are you capturing with? Not with the
if you take with the
for
rook,
sure.
It's very dangerous because suddenly there's queen e8 ideas on the table. So here I'm like very worried. There's even... Okay, just rook g1 maybe is simple enough. and queen e8 is a deadly threat.
Really looks like the pressure is on for white. Robert, do you think Jan taking his time, spidey senses tingling here for him? Makes a move, goes for rook g6. So we might be seeing these lines.
Yeah, sorry. What was that about Jan taking his time? He didn't even allow you to finish your sentence because he said, I have this one under control. He's making very logical moves. He's making very good moves. And it is confusing, bishop c2 by Ding in this one. We've had some confusing light square bishop moves. Jan in the opening played bishop d7. We kind of were scratching our heads trying to come up with a reason why. And then here, Ding brought his bishop to c2. So he may have had a point, but this is not going to lead him to the full point that he needs. I'm looking at this position. I really like black's chances. I'm seeing doubling of the rooks. Jan can start thinking about taking this match here and now. If he wins the game, the match isn't officially over, but then Ding would have to win both game 13 and 14 just to send to tiebreaks. Jan's position is good. He's up on the clock. There's 20 moves left to make until they reach the time control. And this is a hectic position, so the moves will not be easy. And we've seen Ding in time trouble in this match. It hasn't been particularly good for him.
Oh my god, Fabi, is it the time when Jan starts getting ambitious with black right now?
Oh, absolutely. But so I was just gonna say rook to g1. Let's say immediately. It's sort of inviting bishop h2. Maybe Ding will think, I invite bishop h2. I play rook g to f1. What, this loses?
You know why, Fabi?
Oh, rook g3. Oh, we already saw this idea.
But it's even worse because the knight doesn't have a retreat square. That's hilarious. You cut off circulation between queen and bishop, and then once it takes, after pawn takes, the knight is just trapped.
I forgot your idea. Yeah, it works here far more effectively. It was effective there, but even far more effectively here, where it just wins the game. Okay, so little trap. It's kind of it's a seductive trap. It would. So what's the problem with rook g1? Because rook g8, we saw g takes f5 is kind of unclear, bit of a mess that would have to be calculated, but wasn't clear cut at all. So what's the issue with this logical move, rook to g1? Is it f4 followed by rook to h6? Queen d3, rook h6? It's not easy to do something like this.
Well, you could also play rook to g8 now, right?
Yeah, I guess so. That's true. Well, let's say, does the queen have another square? Let's say queen to e2. But now the rook can also go to g5 as well. But h6 is, it's kind of, it protects against against any like queen h7 threats, and that h file is scary. I'm seeing some exchange sacks in the future. I've seen some knight f5 ideas like rook h6, f3. At some point, knight f5, you know.
Fabi, I got something. Can I play g5? Because if you play f3, can I sack my queen? And after you take my queen, I have rook g7. I'm trying to mate you.
You're It's a fascinating idea. And if knight to f5, like you take a knight f6, and that actually is checkmate.
Exactly. That was my whole.
This is the ridiculous checkmate, but. Oh wait, what's the defense then? Is it just f5 resacking the queen?
No, don't do that. Are you kidding me?
Oh, and then it's a duo. f5, rook c7, bishop c7, rook e1.
Wait, it's not this apparently, but still.
Oh, no, because I thought rook g8 or knight f3 first, knight f3, rook e2, rook g8, but there's knight to g7. It's actually important. Otherwise, black just wins this position, but knight g7 stops the checkmate.
Oh my gosh, that's so. This pawn on h6 is a hero because you just tried to turn the tables on me. You sly dog.
You were trying to mate me. I tried to mate you first, but it didn't work out.
Oh, that's very funny.
So, what was the reputation of this variation?
Normally I'm very, I'm composed. I don't start cracking up mid broadcast, but that was quite funny. I don't know what the refutation is because that looks scary.
Yeah, it is very scary. It's not the thing that you would immediately say, "Oh, black wins." You would say maybe black wins, but first let me cry a little bit inside that I'm getting mated, and then eventually I'll find the defense. What is the defense?
I have no idea. Zero clue.
We do have a move, so we will be finding out what Ding Liren has in mind here for the defenses. Rook G1 has been played, so all these lines might be appearing with mates in one, counter checkmates in one. There is so much at stake in this game. If Jan Nepomniachtchi, with the chances that he's been given, and we see the eval bar going in his favor, does indeed win today, essentially that would mean match over, a 2-point deficit. Robert, as you pointed out, Ding will have to win with the black pieces the next game and with the white pieces the final game. A task that sounds impossible to accomplish. With all this at stake, of course, for the two players, it is the biggest stage of their lives, the biggest match of their lives. And at the end of it, we will have a new world champion. We will have a world champion who's not called Magnus Carlsen after 10 years, after a decade. 2013 was when Magnus won the match, and after that, 2023 is when we'll have our 17th world champion. And these are definitely thoughts that are in Jan's mind, given the position that has been created. Rook G1, we've been talking about balancing the act of creating chaos on the board, but also making sure that it doesn't backfire for Ding. Is it safe to say that Ding is on the defense here right now, Robert?
Yeah, I think it appears that way, but based on what we were just looking at, I could see Jan going wrong. I still don't know what the solution was there, Fabi. I see you.
Yeah, I'm excited. I found it. I found it.
You found it, but
show it to us, Fabi. You got to show it to us.
I'll let you. We'll bring up the announcement on the show. But I just want to say very quickly that it looks like just a fun line. We're just laughing, but it actually is an extremely important variation because F4 is a very logical move, hitting the queen. And we were talking about queen d3 doesn't threaten anything. You're stepping in front of the bishop, which is attacking the rook. So queen e2 does make sense. And rook h6 makes sense because it's protecting the square in front of your king, which is vulnerable, and in some positions threatening this knight. But after g5, this rook is in trouble. It's trapped. So f3 is forced. I'm giving up my queen to go for checkmate. So Fabi, how in the world were you stopping this checkmate?
I think there's only one move. I think it's bishop to e5. I really hope I'm not getting this one wrong. Because rook takes h7, king to g8.
Oh my god.
Do it, I need to see. Is right?
That's right. Yeah.
King g8, and now the bishop defends all this stuff. Like, if you were trying to defend the f6 square via, let's say, bishop to e7, then white would have this rook g7 followed by h7. Let's say bishop e7 here. Rook takes h7, king g8, and at least rook g7, and, okay, king h8 draw, and king f8, h7, and white promotes. Yeah, we see that's winning. But bishop e5 defends against the rook g7, and then after, let's say, rook h7, king g8, take on e5, queen e5, the other point is that the queen not only is defensive, but also threatens e1 queen. So now rook to g7, I can just play king to f8. And now I'm queening, e1 queen is a deadly threat as well. So it's not just like h7 here, okay, probably has a bunch of problems, but at the very least, e1 queen, right? So bishop to e5. I didn't see any other moves. I think it's the only real way to win the game.
But Fabi, if bishop e5 is the only way to win, or maybe there is something else, but it's hard enough to see it in this position, but you'd have to visualize this in advance and find bishop e5 because this looks close to losing for black in many of these positions with white's attack raging on, all these mating nets configurations here against this king. So I feel like for Jan, this could be a really scary thing to see in your head when you don't have the exact answer. You don't know for sure that it's -4 and change. You think, okay, this looks scary for my king. I don't want to go for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what would be a relief for him is that he did have like this f5 move. Like, he wasn't risking in this line. It's only that there was one way to win, but probably f5 is leading to some sort of equality. And even we saw like bishop to e7, the engine was saying that it's some sort of draw, although you are kind of terrified to play bishop e7 because you could also lose, right? It's not, for a human, you might easily think that white is checkmating somehow here. So super scary looking stuff. I mean, amazing find by you there, as let's say a practical try.
We have a move. We have a move, f4 on the board, so we could be headed in these directions that you both are pointing out with these checkmating ideas. Jan Nepomniachtchi, how far has he calculated? Hitting that queen right now. Queen e2 is one of the moves that you were looking at. Can white also think about maybe sidestepping to d3? A big moment for Ding. He's definitely feeling the heat right now. And once again, Robert, this is such a big moment in the chess world. Regardless of who wins the world championship, it will be indeed an end of an era.
Yes, because at the end of this match, we will have a new world champion. Magnus Carlsen has been the world champion since 2013. He's been the highest rated player in the world for even 2 years before that. So for Magnus, he has to hand that crown over. He didn't do it in a match. He has not lost a match, but he has abdicated the throne. And it is looking like Jan Nepomniachtchi is ready to pick up the mantle, to take home that title, to become the new world champion. But Ding Liren, is he able to dig deep? That's the big question right now, because it has been a true brawl in this world championship match. And for Ding, it started early in game 2. He lost to the white pieces, but then he was able to strike back. He's proven that throughout this match, when he goes down by a point, he has been able to even up the scoreboard. But right now, this looks like a determined Jan Nepomniachtchi. And throughout this game, he played a weird opening. But right now, he is not in harm's way. In fact, it looks like Ding Liren is the one who needs to find a way just to salvage some sort of equality.
And look at that eval bar. It is inching towards Jan. So he is in driving seat. This is his big opportunity to actually close the match today if he continues to play accurately in this position. But again, it is a position for all 3 results where draw is the least likely outcome. Fabi, how scary is this looking for Ding, and how big is this a moment for Jan to actually just shut down the match and get that second victory? We also have a move by Ding. He has made the move queen to d3.
Yeah, I think it's a really scary moment. White is in a great deal of danger here. And black's moves flow very naturally. I think that rook to g8 could easily come on the board quickly. And white still has to prove that the plan. Or wait, rook g8 allows knight to f6, I just realized. So maybe that move is not actually effective at all, because it would probably force black to play something like rook to f8, losing time. So he's playing so quickly, queen to e7.
And he played it so fast. He didn't even take a moment on the board. He just comes back, makes the move queen e7. He's really putting the pressure on Ding, on the board and the clock. And I want to ask you, Fabi, before you deep dive into it, how much of this narrative is because of Jan's match experience in the World Championship?
I think this is Jan's natural style. He's intuitive. He's going back to what he used to do very often, which is play instant moves. Sometimes it would backfire for him, but here I think that he can afford to do so because he has control over the position. I am wondering about a very sharp option for white here. It's very double-edged. Could easily backfire to the move g5. We said, what is white's plan? Well, white doesn't really have a clear plan, but white does have a temporary moment to break free with the move g5, followed by rook to g4, rook g1, knight f6 ideas, and you can't take that pawn. The question for me is, after knight to f5, are you losing that pawn? And it wasn't 100% clear to me because there's knight to f6 here, and we do in fact see that knight to f5 is a serious mistake, and the computer hates every move that I make, even though, like, they're not... Oh wait, is knight f5 h4 good? Like, they're not obviously bad to me. I mean, with the knight on the h5, maybe h4 was strong.
You mean here?
No. Well, we played
sorry,
knight h5 to f6.
Yes.
H4 is the reason. But after knight h4, I still don't see it. It's because queen to h3 allows rook takes g5.
So Fabi's point is that the queen defends the knight. So if you take what looks like a free piece, rook takes g1 is check. The rook gets out the way. That means the queen would be lost. So okay, so
it's probably knight to f6 after knight h4. Knight f6 followed by queen h3 next.
Yeah, I give up too. No, don't worry, Fabi. I have no clue.
It could be rook g4, knight f5, rook g1, but yeah, the bar is teasing me. Like, this does not look necessarily bad for black, but it could potentially be.
Yeah, I guess rook g8. There's knight f6. So you
but there's queen takes f6 there. I mean, it's very sharp. Queen takes f6 is an option.
Oh wow.
And then rook h6, king g2, rook g4, and king to f1.
Oh my goodness.
Still, okay, I guess white is now completely out of danger, but still remains kind of complex.
Yeah, I guess the point is that after rook f6 is queen b5, things like that, you'll go after the queenside pawns. Because black does have a knight a rook and a couple pawns for the queen. That's quite a lot of material. But there's play on two flanks, and unfortunately black is not prepared to deal with some of this queenside pressure. I'm with you, Fabi. I see what the eval bar is doing. It's rejecting some of our moves, sure, but it just goes to show how complicated this position is, because I see the eval bar saying white is better. I wouldn't be surprised if you super GMs play this position out in 1,000 games, if black actually wins a healthy percentage of the time, because black's king is way safer. Black has just more pieces on the board. You have some pawns that can go forward, some rook checks. This actually is quite dynamic, so I don't really care what the eval bar says. I know that neither side is lost, but I feel like it's a very, very tricky position.
Yeah, this is some crazy stuff. Of course, none of these moves that we made were forced, and some of them were certainly mistakes, but stuff like this definitely running through the calculations of both players, because I think g5 is a very natural, straightforward move, and we saw knight f5 is not the response, but that does beg the question, what is the response to g5? I think it's a very, very critical, and we don't see him play it, but it seemed to me like a critical option.
Well, he makes another natural move, while g5, a critical option, but perhaps a committal one for Ding, and he decides to keep the pawns intact on the king side, but brings the final piece, the final toy, into the nursery with the move rook e1, placing it on the e-file. And I want to ask you guys and understand this. Yes, we see the eval bar give Jan an advantage, but let's say Jan did have a couple of moves. How does he really build on it? What is progress for black in this position if white was not to take committal decisions like the one you mentioned, Fabi, with g5?
I think one natural way of playing is rook g8 followed by rook to h6. We want to get that rook out of the bishop's way on c2 and eye the h-file. And after that, we can consider queen g5 and just slowly build up the pressure on the... It's not like we have immediate threats, but maybe we'll play f3 there. Maybe we'll play f5, and white is not going to have fun waiting around, waiting for the breakthrough. So you just build up slowly. You don't have immediate knockouts here, right? White is still relatively solid. But the slow build up of pressure could be extremely dangerous. Rook to h6 or rook to g8 here. Both moves. In fact, also queen to g5 is very logical as well. But queen g5 allows queen b5, probably not something you want to allow just yet. So rook to h6. Oh wait, does rook h6 still allow knight f6? I don't know if that's...
You're a tricky man. I'm just going to quickly show it. Knight f6, Fabi's saying, because if you take with the rook, you get checkmated in one move. It's a distraction tactic. And if you take with the queen, it becomes a fork. You lure the queen to the f6. That is sick, man. Knight f6 out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's a surprising tactic, but it seems to work out. So rook to g8 first to stop that threat, because then after knight to f6, if rook h6, then knight f6, black would have the rook takes g5 resource in the end. Let's say a3, rook h6, knight f6, queen f6.
But I'm wondering, is there your g5 move now?
Yeah, definitely g5. It's always an option. And I was thinking in another position, maybe h6 was an option, but here, h6 is maybe not as effective. Also because there's simply knight to f6 again, right? Knight to f6, and then knight takes d5 tactics, and all sorts of messy things are happening here.
Fabi, all these lines that you're showing begs the question to be asked, that if the plan for black is to double up on the G line and get the queen into the attack, why can't Jan start doing it now, stopping this counterplay of white with the move g5, start with the move queen g5? And as I said it, Jan responds, yes, that's the way to go. He does play the move queen g5, but your ideas of rook g8, rook h6 coming up next, and that would be extreme pressure. Now, white doesn't have the option to create play on the king side with the move g5. It's pressure on the board, pressure on the clock as well for Ding. 17 moves to be made, 42 minutes for Ding. How much of a factor is that going to be, Robert?
Oh, it's a huge factor because this position is really complicated. We have looked at so many tactical variations involving queen sacrifices, some lines where you give up material and almost checkmate the other person's king. With this pawn on h7 is still an issue for black, but maybe rook h6, maybe f5, maybe rook g8. We see so many ideas for Jan here, and for Ding, there are kind of not really that many choices. So I don't like this position for Ding. I think Jan played the best move, Queen G5, stopping all of potential counterplay, and he can just sit on this position. I don't think that Ding Liren is going to get much in the way of winning chances. We mentioned an idea with Queen to B5. At some point, that may be an option, but it does allow this Black Knight into F3, and that's also a problem, not just for the rooks that are forked, but for the White King in the corner.
Yeah, I think that's a
Liren-
super... sorry, Tanya.
Go on, Fabi.
I think that's
complete
a
your
super important detail because Queen B5 would allow a lot of would give a lot of counterplay for White, attacking the rook on D6, attacking B7, Queen D7, all those things. But Knight F3 is probably absolutely crushing, not because you take a rook, but because you're going to play Queen to H4 with the threat of Queen H3, and White's king will just get like completely destroyed in all these variations. So if you can't play Queen B5, like what do you do? I'm starting to really be concerned that Ding is like on the verge of just getting rolled over here. So he needs to find something fast here. I don't know what it is. C4, DC4, Queen C3. I'm already looking at desperate stuff for him to try to get some counterplay.
Fabiano Caruana is concerned for Ding's position, and he's got all the reasons to be. Ding Liren in big trouble in this one. If he lets this slip out, if he loses game 12, it would mean that Jan Nepomniachtchi, well, practically, at least we can say, will win the World Championship match. Ding is not thinking about striking back right now. He is thinking about survival right now. Will he be able to do it? We will find out on the other side of this break.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is what I like to. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success really is just working on Chessable, just being honest with you.
The third event in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour begins in just a few days. The Chess Kid Club Cup play-in stage takes place on Monday, May 1st, and what a way to kick off the month. The play-in determines who will join Hikaru Nakamura, Nordebek Abdusattorov, and our very own Fabiano Caruana in the fight for the third Champions Chess Tour trophy. Don't miss a moment of it. Use command CCT in chat for more details. You've seen so much fun at the Champions Chess Tour, and Fabi, there's a lot of fun on the board right now as well. So we're gonna jump straight into the chess, and we see quite a few moves have been played in the position.
Yeah, right before we went into break, I briefly mentioned that this was kind of a desperate try with two ideas. Well, actually, only really one idea. The idea is that you need to get that bishop to the c2 from c2 to e4, where it's quite an active piece. So, for example, rook h6. I don't think the idea is to take on c4. I don't think the idea is to play d5 because then rook h6, d5, e5 doesn't really lead anywhere for white, I think. But you play bishop to e4 after rook h6, and at least your bishop is very active. It's a very logical idea. I see the computer is not at all happy with it, but it makes a lot of sense, and it came to mind as a potential plan for white. Is okay if you pick up the b7 pawn. Yeah, we're starting to get somewhere with the white pieces in terms of getting counterplay. The question is, can black go for some sort of direct attack? I don't know. It's f3, something like that. Easy to imagine also that white will get into some serious danger.
And Jan is having a think here. And Fabi, while he takes his time, I want to ask you, right after we do crown the new world champion, we do have the Champions Chess Tour coming up. And Chessable Masters was an amazing event. You had a fantastic run. I know at the end it didn't work out for you, but what a tournament that was. Are you looking forward to the next event of the tour?
Yeah, very much so. It's I'll be playing an event before that, and then I'll have a little bit of time, I think, to prepare for the CCT event. And I think so far, like the other players who are playing, obviously Hikaru is qualified, Nodirbek and Magnus is qualified, right? For getting the third place. I don't know if they'll all be playing, but I mean, it's always super strong. No matter who qualifies, like to get to that Division 1 or even Division 2. I mean, all of these divisions are so strong. I remember playing Division 2 and it was like Jan was there and we were on the same bracket and I expected to play him, but he loses the match to Kramnik and so we don't play. So like even if you have, potentially world champion in Division 2, he still might not make it to the end of it. Like these are such tough brackets, and we see also these young players like Nodirbek and Pragnanta and Nihal and all these young prodigies are posing such a challenge even to the best in the world.
And right now we see Jan Nepomniachtchi posing big challenge to Ding Liren. He goes for the move b5. So Fabi, he's inviting the idea of a check along the long diagonal, echoing the thoughts that it's not too dangerous because it can be blocked by that pawn on e6. Robert, what do you make of these changes, these structural changes that we've seen in the last couple of moves?
I make that it's a brilliant move, and that we see the glyph appear there. It's a double X slam, and I'm totally with it. Do you know how few people would be willing to walk into a check with d5? That looks very scary, but I believe that b5, it's unexpected, as we see. It does allow a discovered check, but it protects the c4 pawn, keeps the extra pawn there, and as we've been talking about, d5 is just a single check. Black can push the pawn up in the center, and you also have gearing up your rook on g6 as well. You could take that rook, but if you do take that rook, it's not going to end well for white. The knight on h5 is actually trapped over there. So when a pawn takes back, this knight gets caught off on the sideline. This is a really, really great move from Jan Nepomniachtchi. He played it quickly, he played it confidently, and it's just one of those moves that you need to make in order to become a world champion.
I think I see a somewhat important... Oh, sorry, Tanya.
I was just going to say, sorry, Fabi, just want to complete this thought that it is the best move. We see the eval bar approves of it. And as you said, confidently played by Jan. It is a big problem now for Ding. And Fabi, please complete your thought. But I want to also ask you, what are the chances of this game actually being a decisive one?
Super high. I mean, we're definitely over 50% that Black could win this game. just the speed at which he's playing with, the pressure that's on Ding, the position obviously is extremely bad for White, objectively bad at this point. And I'm just trying to look for chances, and the only thing that I can immediately think of, because, well, White is already down material, and so you could try to regain the material. You could play d5, I think, because if you take on g6 first, it probably just your knight gets trapped. But after d5, let's say e5, I think you should play e5. Bishop takes g6. Let's say you take with the h-pawn. Looks most natural. Knight to g3. And the point is, if fg3, fg3, that knight on h4 is being trapped. But here, this is where I think there's an important moment. I think the move b4 is super strong. And if queen c4, knight to f3, and that was the point, the queen is distracted, so the knight can escape, and not only escape, win a rook in a process. And if g takes h4 after b4, then this is the most brutal end that you can imagine, because b takes c3, take the queen, and then cb2, and it doesn't matter that White is temporarily up in exchange, because those 2 pawns will cost you at the very least a rook. So White cannot, let's say, shoot his way out of this position. There's no, the direct tactics just work out for Black. It's, the question is, can he try to hold on in the short or long term? I'm not sure. It's very, because I think also Black, like after, let's say, a4, some sort of move to undermine the structure, I think Black can just play a6 possibly. I don't think you have to go for anything super, anything super like concrete after a4. I think you could just play a6. You defend against the threat of ab5. You keep your structure intact. Black is actually up a pawn, and if you can't take that rook on g6, then Black will remain up a pawn. The question is, what does White have for it? Not much that I can see at the moment.
Robert, this is incredible board awareness by Jan Nepomniachtchi. I mean, Ding just made the move queen to c3, right? He lines up the queen on the long diagonal to give it check. He opens up his own bishop on c2 to grab that g6 rook. And Jan says, I don't care about either of these moves. You ask the question, how many people in the world can make such a move? I can't think of anyone. Only Jan can do Jan things. b5, double exclaim there. And this potentially looks like huge trouble for Ding Liren. He has gone into a think, almost touching the 5-minute mark. Do you see a way out here for Ding Liren to try to at least create chances to hold this game?
I just think the most impressive part about all of this is b5 is not an impossible move to play. There are plenty of people, at the top level who would make this move in the position, but he did in 2 minutes. It's as if he didn't even need to think. He already had it all figured out. He plays this move understanding this knight is trapped, but it's not just that the knight is trapped on h5. As Fabiano was just indicating and highlighting in those variations, there is a lot there where b4 needs to be flicked in to distract this queen. So I think that this is a brilliant find from Jan Nepomniachtchi, especially considering how quickly he played it. That's going into part of my calculation. And I'm looking at this position, Ding down to 33 minutes. He has 15 moves to make. He's down a pawn. His king is more open than Jan's is. Jan Nepomniachtchi is working his way to a victory in this game. And if he wins this game, I have a very hard time seeing Ding Liren getting back in this match. I mean, this would be a great victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And if he wins this, he could end the entire match tomorrow.
It would be a 2-point deficit. We have seen 2-point deficit comebacks in the World Championship, but with just 2 games remaining, it is hard to imagine a task that's even possible. Ding will need the biggest of miracles to come back in that situation. b5, Jan has done everything flawlessly, and I have to again ask you to deep dive into this position, Fabi. The rook that can be picked up on g6, you've been pointing out these lines that the drawback in White's position is that the knight on h5 doesn't have a retreating square. But if White does get greedy with the rook to g6, is that an absolute disaster in White's position?
Yeah, I think that you cannot take the rook on g6. You just have to try to hold this move by move, just not lose on the spot. Probably lose long term, but the only way to even try to defend this position is just not to lose on the spot. I was thinking of b3 to get some counterplay, because you need some space for your pieces, you need some air to breathe. But after b3, I think rook c8 is super strong as well. And now the threat is b4, and if b takes c4, rook takes c4, you start to collapse also on the d4 square, d4 pawn as well. And yeah, Black is just crushing. I mean, work remains to be done even here. Queen to b3, work remains to be done. It's not, automatically black wins. Black can take on d4, but there's still stuff to calculate. And we already see the rook takes e4 would be like a bit of an inaccuracy. Maybe it's because queen c3 followed by queen to c8 becomes an idea, potentially. So definitely not. Like I think Jan will still have to go through some difficulties to win this game. But if he wins this game, I mean, it's not match over, but effectively, we've seen, as you said, we've seen 2-point recoveries. But the last time that I can think of that was 1972, when Fischer lost his first 2 games against Spassky and won the match. But that was the first 2 games. That wasn't the last 2 games. I mean, having to win 2 games on demand against anyone is difficult. Against Jan, who was looking extremely stable the last few days, yeah, pretty much an impossibility. So Ding really needs to hold this, and then at least it's still a bad match situation, but at least he a4, okay, a6 now we expect to be played.
Right, so hitting that pawn in b5. Well, b4 isn't possible right now because the c4 pawn would be hanging in that case. So just keeping everything under control with a6. And once again, the problems are not solved for white. Yes, you make one move a4, but after a6, Ding will have to answer this exact same questions that are posed right now. The black rook is coming into the game. Threats of b4. After a6, do you see anything changing with the trade on b5?
Not really. Because you can't contest the a file because there's always, you need the rook on e1 to answer queen d5 with bishop to e4, so you don't ever want to play rook to a1. Like, let's say a6, if you ever, after ab5 play rook a1, you lose on the spot. Take and queen d5, or queen d5 immediately as well. And you just lose on that diagonal. So probably he just played a4 in the general sense, like, okay, trading pawns, I guess, can't hurt white. It maybe doesn't help white, but it probably doesn't hurt him either. And he gains a little bit of time on the clock to think about his next move, while Jan thinks about his move, probably from the comfort of his rest area. But I suspect a6 is going to be on the board pretty quickly because it just is so logical, so simple.
Just white has nothing. That's the problem for Ding right now, is you can't even dream up an attack. You know that the move d5 check is always going to be met by e5, just blockading in the center. This knight on h5 is trapped over here. We keep talking about how you can't afford to take on g6 because the pawn takes back and that trapped knight is won. So typically to survive games like this, you need to find some sort of potential plan, some net that your opponent might fall into. Your opponent has to see some ghosts. I just don't know where those ghosts will be seen. And this is just a position where Ding Liren, down 10 minutes, down a pawn, not really with threats of his own. I just fear for him right now.
Okay, I got you, Robert. I have a little idea.
Yes, I'm listening.
So, a6, I take on b5. Take back d5. I think e5 is a proper response. Now rook to a1. Now it doesn't lose on the spot because there's no queen d5. Where do you put your rook? I'm not sure where it goes, but c8. Okay, c8. And now I want to play rook to a6. I'm getting something there, right? Bishop takes g6 now becomes a little bit more of a threat. Is bishop to b4 crushing? It could be. That could be an issue. Or maybe just b4 followed by knight to f3 is, yeah, b4 followed by knight to f3 just ends the game. Disaster. Disastrous end.
Not just a disastrous end to the game, that would be a disastrous end for Ding Liren in the match. Now, the pre-game odds for Jan Nepomniachtchi with a win in this match going into game 13 with the outcome of the current game, with a win, a 98% to win, a favorite to win the World Championship. With a draw, also a very high percentage at 85%, but right now, it is clear that Jan Nepomniachtchi can smell blood in this position. It is everything that he could have dreamt of with the black pieces, and Ding Liren needed to make a comeback in this game, or at least keep it solid. Well, it looks like that's going to be a tough task for him, And this is not going to go easy. A4 played on the board. Ding Liren is not moving away. Jan Nepomniachtchi has a short thing and replies with B4. Is this the chance that Ding has been hoping for? We see a slight dance by the eval bar. Ding doesn't blink, picks up the C4 pawn. What's the idea of this pawn sacrifice?
Well, I thought like this would naturally be followed by knight f3, but then I thought knight f3, queen c6 should be strong, but perhaps there is some tactic for black here.
What does Jan have in mind?
Knight f3 feels like
a different plan, Fabi. He just goes for rook to g8 instead. It just feels like he gave up that c4 pawn for not much. Continues the pressure. Now knight f3 is a big threat. You don't have queen c6 anymore. Robert, with this decision by Jan?
Extremely surprised. I just don't know why he did this so quickly. And you see the X, usually it marks the spot, but here it marks the big mistake here. I mean, this was just a rushed decision. And Fabi was talking about the old Jan, the Jan that we know. I mean, this was a miss. He didn't find the move that would have kept him with the advantage. And I'm pretty sure it was knight to f3, Fabi's first instinct here. But why did he rush this so quickly? He's probably playing into Ding's time trouble a bit. But if we just go a half step back over here, knight f3, yes, it allows queen c6, but you see after knight takes e1, queen takes a, you have to calculate that step further. After the rook blocks the check, this bishop is under attack. This queen d5 idea is definitely in the equation. Queen h4, come in and try to checkmate this king on the h-file. This is a big problem for white, and it says still minus almost 3 in the position. So I just feel like I'm always okay with people missing stuff. Nobody's perfect. We're all human over here. But to play it that quickly and it to be a miss, I feel like that's always the worst combination.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the point that maybe, of course, he rushed and he shouldn't have, but the final point in this position, which, like to me, didn't come immediately because I thought white has queen e4, attacking h7, so black is kind of obligated to take on c2, not to lose, queen c2, and it's possible to stop in this position and think that white is consolidated, but that final move you mentioned, the idea queen d5, that's the crushing move. It's about... Oh, okay. I guess not.
I thought it was as well, so it's maybe just queen h4?
Queen d5 is not good. That's like absolutely shocking stuff. Queen d5, king h2, is that the reason? Or...
Well, Fabi, what's also not good is Ding's decision that he's taken in the current live board. He went for the move queen to c6. The eval bar bounces straight back to Jan's favor. And what is the problem with this move? It does take care of the threat of knight f3, but what does it walk into?
Oh my gosh, this is just too complicated of a position, so it's no surprise the players aren't making mistakes here. It's a really wild affair. And it changed. So the more depth it had, it went from a blunder to a mistake. So, and it's going back. So the engine is gaining in depth. It's trying to calculate what is happening here. It attacks the bishop, and my first instinct is just to move the bishop somewhere or to defend it. And Jan, I thought he was about to grab a piece. That would have been a little bit too hasty. But what is the reply here?
But I have to say, queen c6 is by far the most natural move. It's the first move which comes to mind. So it's surprising that it's so bad. It really is surprising. Of course, it's such a complex position that...
Maybe there was a bishop takes g6 that should have been played first, but he plays bishop b8, does Jan Nepomniachtchi, and oh my goodness!
Whoa!
The evaluation bar went all the way up in Ding Liren's favor.
Oh my goodness! What has happened? Bishop to b8, a natural defensive move, but now it is advantage Ding. What is going on here? You just pick up the rook on g6, but then there's hg6. Fabi, can you
knight
throw the
g3.
line?
There's this knight g3 tactic, like we mentioned in another position. I think it might work here. Bishop g6. Pawn takes, and look, Ding looks excited, or at least he looks like he's very concentrated. Is it? But I don't know if that works out because knight g3, f g3, and queen d2 is coming to mind. So what's going on here after queen d2?
Oh my gosh! Well, let's just pause. We all need to breathe. We all need to breathe for a second. Oops, sorry. I keep refreshing the game to the beginning.
We need to go.
We need to start from the very
position.
beginning. But Bishop B8's play, we saw Ding perk up here, but Jan continues to play too quickly. Like, it's okay to miss things. We keep talking about this. Everyone does it. But this is clearly a critical position, Fabi. You played a world championship match. And I don't want to be overly harsh. I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi has played a very, very excellent match thus far. But when you have a position that he knew was much better for him, to rush these decisions feels odd to me. Maybe he's getting excited. Maybe he thinks he's just winning. Maybe he wants to put Ding in time trouble. But now it's backfired completely. And it definitely, Bishop takes G6, we saw as the first step. It's about finding what happens after HG6. These things are easy to miss, but they're easier to miss when you don't spend the time to calculate.
You know, I'm looking at a little idea. After Bishop G6, HG6, I don't know, this could be a terrible blunder. I'm sure the Valbar will hate me. D5?
Okay, moment of truth. You're brilliant.
Oh, it worked.
You're brilliant.
Well done, Fabi.
If you take, there's knight f6. And if knight f3, I think d takes e6. Yeah, this is just winning because the knight escapes, and obviously black was counting on trapping that knight. And if knight f3, I think d takes e6, and then knight captures one of those rooks, and then e takes f7, and it kind of probably starts to fall apart. Yeah, you don't even care about that knight on g1. It's all about like rook f8, rook e8, and that stuff, or queen e8, as you pointed out.
Yikes!
Well, I think rook t8 is actually the way. So not to allow bishop d6.
Oh my god!
And then there's the final option after d5, and it's g takes h5. And here I was hesitating for a second because I thought the response was g takes, but then queen f5 is actually threatening checkmate. So this is not the way to go because the queen h3 is checkmate. But the way to go is actually d takes e6. And you don't care about hg4 because rook g4 is just like attacking everything. And in fact, black is falling apart. It's easy to miss this, but black begins to fall apart because f takes e6. I think maybe now gh5 is a better version, but also rook takes c6 with the threat of rook h6 is coming to mind instead of hg4. Rook e6, gh5 also, but this one is very, very, very scary looking for black because rook h6 could just end the game.
This is a big moment.
Ding needs to calculate. He can find us. This is definitely findable for a player of his caliber.
He's got 25 minutes. He needs to burn the oil right now. He needs to burn the clock a little bit. He needs to calculate this line. The tables have completely turned over the last two moves. And we've been talking about one of Jan's biggest strengths, the ability to play fast, to play confidently, and to make those good moves on the board. But these are exactly the time when the biggest strength that Jan has backfires into a weakness in his game and often brings out the inconsistency. And we saw that with just two moves, b4, giving up that c4 pawn, and the natural looking rook shift to g8, a complete turnaround. Ding Liren, he needs to find this option of picking up the rook. He's definitely looking at that with the move d5. It reminds me of game 6. d5 was the move that got him that point, Robert. d5, bringing that mating attack to the black pieces. Will Ding find this for the second time in this match with this killing blow of the pawn advance?
I think he absolutely will, and I just want to give a shout out to everybody watching. Your enthusiasm is felt. I know you're losing your minds, but you're going to lose your mind even more when we go through what Jan Nepomniachtchi just, I don't even want to call it overlooking. That's how complicated chess is. And engines, they make it look easy because they just go up and down and tell you who in fact is winning. Calculating all of it is nearly impossible. So let's just go back a step here, because after queen took on c4, rook a8 was a mistake, queen c6 apparently also a mistake. But after knight f3, we were struggling in this position to figure out rook g8, queen e4. All this is forced. Checkmate is threatened. You have to take away this bishop. And after queen takes, queen d5 check looked very good, but the bar went back towards the center. After queen h4 here, you have this move attacking the h3 pawn. Oh, and a move has been made. It is queen to b7 and a mistake back. I will get back to this in a second, but this was a very complicated line. We'll show this later because queen b7 was Ding's choice. He also doesn't find the best move.
Yeah, I have to say, these guys are just fried at this point. Like, they've stopped calculating. And you know, players, they're super strong, but they're strong because they can calculate. They're not strong because they can instantly spot the best move. Nobody can. So yeah, they turned off their desire to calculate, or maybe just their tiredness caught up with them that they don't want to exert that effort. But they're like, it's such a complex position. They're just blitzing, and I have to say, I know that there's no increment, and of course, time trouble is an enemy of all of us. But you still have 25 minutes. Jan has 35 minutes. Look, he's getting ready to move instantly again. I mean, it's not a bullet game. This is pure nerves. That no longer is this about chess. It's just pure nerves at this point. Every move is a mistake, and we're seeing that just because the players are no longer like Ding is ready to think they're playing like it's literally a 30-second game, not not a world championship where they both have 25 to 35 minutes.
Not only caution has been thrown out a window in this game, but also the accuracy, as we see the bar go up and down, the players keeping the pressure on the clock, but they're just blitzing out moves in such a critical moment. Fabi, you were mentioning about fatigue and tiredness setting in, the inability to perhaps sit down and calculate at this point. But I have to say, this is the World Championship. This is the biggest stage. It decides the best player in the world. This is what we expect from the world number 2 and the world number 3 to figure out. But it clearly shows the aspects of the match, the psychological pressure that is on, the fatigue that sets in, the emotional and the physical toll that it has taken on these two players. Now we are currently on move 30, and we see that Ding has made the choice to move bishop e4. He still has 10 moves to make to meet time controls. The player has 2 hours to reach 40 moves. And then after that, an additional 60-minute gets added on the clock. We often see that it is the time scrambles reaching towards move 40 that often decide the game. And it looks like this one is going to be about that. There is no increment from the start of the game. It's only after move 60 that the players get a 30-second increment. So we are going to come down to those moments, those critical decisions. Bishop e4, and the eval bar says we are back to level.
Yeah, bishop e4 was a correct choice by Ding Liren. And I hope that Jan stays away for just a second, because I really need to show the variation that was missed, that there was a mistake, because it was so complicated that you can't fault anyone for missing it. So I am going to go back in time. Let's bring up an analysis board really quickly. I will just rush through the variation. But at this point, after queen takes c4, knight of 3 was correct. But the reason why is crazy. And I was informed of this. Of course, I didn't find this myself. I would never pretend to. Takes, queen takes. It wasn't queen d5. It was queen h4, threatening mate in 1. You play queen d3. Black strikes with f5. Please take me. Your knight is loose on h5. You can't afford to do that. F takes g4 is a deadly threat. Your h-pawn is pinned. And after queen f3, you defend. But after pawn takes, rook takes. Don't take a knight. There's rook takes g8 check. And the queen stares at the queen through the rook. So this would be a check, and you win the queen. Instead, you trade everything. Checkmate is threatened, so you have to take. And then b3 wins at the end of the line because your knight is out of play. And if you bring your knight back, there's bishop a3, giving up your piece. And after pawn takes b2, b1 is unstoppable. Black wins the game. Okay, Jan, he missed this. It was super easy to find. This was like a 10-move variation, and this is the only winning path.
Yeah, this is insane stuff.
Line. Yeah.
No, this is a completely crazy line. I don't think that we can fault Jan at all for not spotting this line. I mean, it's super difficult, but I do think that not playing a6 was kind of very irresponsible, because a6 was just a practical decision. So he's keeping his extra pawn, right? And after a6, what is the line that you have to calculate? Like, I actually thought he would play this quickly, but to play b4 quickly is very responsible, because you're giving up your c4 pawn, and unless you see this whole knight f3 to the end, and you're either precise calculation to the very end, super genius line that you pointed out, I think you should play a6. b4 was a very strange decision, and now I think Jan really needs to be careful, because it's a position where, as we saw, one mistake can change the evaluation a lot. He's still potentially in danger. Even though the position is balanced, and obviously Ding is in danger as well, f7 is hanging. You need to deal with that pawn, which is threatened at the moment. It's a big threat. If you lose that pawn, you might just lose the game. It couldn't have been taken in move e4 because of knight to f3 specifically. That's why Ding played bishop to e4. And if you play f5 here, I think you lose the game. G takes f5. Because queen takes h5, rook g8, followed by queen takes b8. The move that Black should play is not instantly evident to me. How he deals with the threat of queen takes f7. I think Jan is in danger, despite what the Velbar is saying. And if he keeps rushing, then yeah, he could easily lose. I mean, I don't understand this decision to rush every move. It's a world championship. You have usually one chance in your lifetime, maybe two. Like Jan has obviously. This is his second world championship match. How can you play every move like it's a title Tuesday game? It's really, these are responsible decisions to make.
Very big misses we've seen by both these players in the last few moves. Yan missing the most natural option of just defending it, the b5 pawn, keeping everything under control. All your ideas are still on the board. Ding would have had such a tough time to just respond to that little move that you were pointing out, Fabi. And instead, he goes for this line that requires complete precision. It requires you to look at a variation that is at least 10 moves ahead with some very unnatural moves. And if you don't make them, then you allow your opponent back into the game. We saw another big miss by Ding, where in fact the eval bar would have completely turned around in his favor, the line with d5. So both players making inaccuracies, and even though the eval bar says it's level, it's far from an equal position. You're pointing out a direct threat on the board that Yan has to deal with. The f7 pawn is hanging, and simple defensive moves like rook coming to f8, defending the f7 pawn, do not do the job, because it's not just the f7 pawn, but also the b4 pawn that you need to watch out for now. With the black pieces, rook f8 would run into a move like queen takes b4. So definitely not an obvious way to actually fight against the most direct threat of picking up the f7 pawn.
Yeah, Jan should really be kicking himself for getting into such an unclear situation when he had complete control over the position. The position is the same, except he doesn't have a c-pawn, and white's queen is more active. He could have had the same position with an extra c-pawn and white's queen passively placed on c3, not particularly threatening black, while here the queen is threatening two pawns. So black, I guess the b4 pawn is the less important one, so black should deal with the threat to the f pawn. But how do you do that? At this point, I prefer white's position. I don't particularly care what the evaluation is, because that's not the reality. The reality is that Jan has to find a way to deal with the threat. It's not obvious. It's really a very dangerous situation for him here.
Looks like the tables have really turned in Ding's favor right now, regardless of what the objective evaluation of the position is. Jan Nepomniachtchi is currently in the resting area. He is definitely thinking about these problems that look like they're very self-inflicted with the last few moves that we saw by Jan with the black pieces so close to actually wrapping up the game. While we wait for Jan to return to the board and deal with the immediate threat on the board that Ding has of capturing the f7 pawn, we will go into a break, but you don't want to miss the action on the other side. We'll be right back. Jan Nepomniachtchi has not only burnt out the advantage on the clock, but also the advantage on the board, and it was a big one. We see that he has returned on the board. He's made a move. He's made his choice. And Fabi, you were discussing a fascinating resource that Black has in this position. It wasn't the choice that Jan has gone for, and we see that his move has been awarded by a question mark. That's not the kind of award you want in this position.
No, it's not the kind of award you want in any position, but it's especially in this one where the value of each move is so high because it's so complex and the valuation can swing. So, although moves are coming on the board quickly, the move that we were discussing in the break was f3 instead of rook f8, and it kind of felt like intuitively the right choice, with the idea that after f3, if white... So my idea was if white takes on f7, then knight comes to g2 and starts to create some threats, right? Black needs counterplay. And some sort of mess, and I couldn't really understand exactly what's going on, but it looked like black gets counterplay. And if white plays bishop takes f3, then the idea was to take on h5, but it's also a complete mess, and we're seeing so many moves come on the board that that we should probably...
Complete shift in dynamics. Black's pieces are moving back now, Robert. From being on the attack, on the offense, we suddenly see Jan Nepomniachtchi has lost the c4 pawn. He's lost the b4 pawn. The queen from g5 has moved back to d8. The rook, which was on an open g line, has now shifted to defending that f7 pawn. This feels like disaster for Jan.
It is a disaster because not only is the EVA bar saying white is better, unlike in like the 80,000 different positions we've looked at where it was confusing and it said that white is better somehow, but it didn't look like it, or black was winning even though it looked dangerous. This position actually looks good for white. Your king on h1 feels much safer. There's a bishop on e4. That bishop is just defending across this exposed diagonal. This king on h8, if this queen gets back to the diagonal, it could be in big trouble. So that's why I'm thinking about the move d5 here. Let me free up the d4 square for my queen. And if you don't take this pawn on d5, I may take you on e6. I may put a rook behind my pawn and try to push it up the board. We saw Ding with a dangerous d pawn in that game 8. He didn't win the game, but he should have. I don't know. This position is starting to look very, very shaky for Jan Nepomniachtchi as he's on his back foot. His pieces are sort of scattered at this point. His knight on h4 is looking good, but it's alone in enemy camp. I really like Ding's position right now.
Let's continue that line, Robert, because d5 was the move which came to mind to me as well, because black has the idea of playing f5 at some moment, and if e takes d5 here, queen to d4 will regain the pawn, and white will probably enter a very nice endgame. But after d5, I'm wondering, the move e5, because black still has that threat of f5, and this is a concrete position. This is not immediately obvious how white is dealing with the threat of f5, which could become very dangerous as well. So what's the follow-up here? It's not immediately evident. I'm actually thinking of the idea queen c3 because I want to play knight takes f4, but then f5 comes, and there's bishop to f3 there. It's hard to, like, yeah, probably this doesn't work out because bishop f3 feels a bit shaky, right? Somehow. But
yeah, but the EVA bar is like, it's, inching in one direction then back to a center. Even it's confused. Like, this position is that crazy. This king on h8 in the open. This king on h1, not the safest king either. Both knights on the rim, they're not looking particularly dim. They actually look quite aggressive and threatening. Fabi, d5 was just a move. I didn't really calculate ideas behind it. I'm being honest with everybody. You should come up with plans, not just moves. But I'm just looking at this position and I want to go after this king. Maybe there's a better way. I don't have to rush. I mean, what is black's next move? Is it really f5?
I think so. I think f5 is coming. And the reason why d5 is a bit double-edged is because after f5, that bishop can go on the diagonal somewhere, and d5 cuts off a lot of those squares. For example, the c6 square is an option. And he plays queen c3, which is more logical without playing d5, indeed, because now after f5, white can play bishop to c6, for example, with the idea of d5 at a more opportune moment and potential exchange sacrifices in the air. For example, if f5, bishop c6, and if black makes a waiting move just to illustrate what white might do next.
Oops, sorry, that's a mouse slip.
I mean, these guys are just playing instantly every move. It's amazing.
What's going on here? I mean, mean, they've got more
What?
than 20 minutes on the clock. This is a world championship match. The title is at stake, and the players are just blitzing out their moves in a position where you could be lost in one move. One bad move, and the game is over.
Yeah, it's craziness. I mean, just to like illustrate something, the tactical details are white can actually play the move knight to f6 here. It is a tactical option. It might not be a good option, but it doesn't lose the knight because queen f6, g5, and you pick up the rook on h6. And obviously, I don't know if knight f6 is the right move, but to play instantly in this position where there's some kind of sharp stuff like knight f6 on the cards, and who knows what happens. Potentially knight f6, f3 is actually very dangerous, but I don't know what that is. f3, queen f3, and then the queen can actually come potentially to d6, or queen f3. Actually, knight to h4 is super strong. So yeah, this actually just wins for black. So the knight would actually maybe have to go back to h5. So knight f6 not working out the way that white would hope for sure. But yeah, I mean, you can see how like d5 here is coming to mind as a very logical move. I think e5 is no longer what black wants, because now it just seems like it kills your bishop, and f5 is no longer a threat. So d5, bishop to e5, is that the answer? But bishop to e5, queen to d3? I don't know. Looks really nice for white to me. Looks really nice.
Yeah, great centralization. And just to show how easy it is for black to drop things, bishop takes g6 is already a threat with the bishop loose on e5 here. I mean, this is just a hectic position, and both sides are playing quickly. Now, they have played 32 moves. They need to reach move 40 before gaining time. There is no increment, and they don't have that much time considering how difficult this position is to calculate, but it almost feels like they're putting calculation on the back burner because they just want to speed up, and their nerves, there's exhaustion. It's just mentally fatigued considering how tricky this game has been. But I'm looking at this position, and Ding Liren must be thrilled to be here. It looked like he might lose the match today, not because the match would have officially been over, but being down by 2 points with 2 games to go when Jan has looked pretty stable. Good luck to you. But now all of a sudden, Jan looks shaky, and this is Ding's chance. He can't pull a game 8 when he was winning, but let Jan back into it and hold the draw. He needs to take advantage right here and now.
Robert, you're saying putting calculation on the back foot. I know one person who's not going to be happy about that. Our friend James Canty, because it has to be calculation over everything. They needed to have that chat with James about this position, and Jan would have been a happy man. But instead, now he's just playing so fast. He's blitzing it out. Fabi, do you think this is Jan's way of trying to get into those time scrambles, of putting Ding into a pressure situation? He's seen Ding collapse in that. Is that the hope, the big hope for Jan right now?
Well, I'm reminded of some advice by one of my former coaches, because I used to, as a kid, play absolutely instantly in any position, very often to my detriment. And he said that, you know, when you have a bad position, it makes sense to try to press your opponent on time. Like, let's say your opponent's in time trouble and you have a bad position. It makes sense because you're objectively in bad shape anyway. You might be losing, and probably your best chance is to bluff your way out of it. When you have a good position, you don't need to bluff. You just have a good position. All you need to do is find the right moves to convert your advantage. And so there was no point earlier in the game. Jan's decision to put pressure on Ding with natural moves, with all these intuitive moves that we really liked, like queen to g5, knight to e7, knight to h4, all this stuff, rook to g8. His play was absolutely brilliant. We can't fault him for a single decision, because it was like world class, or even better than world class, I would say. Like, you know, the best of the best for most of this game. But once he reached a winning position, he didn't slow down. That was the moment where he had the objective factor. He didn't need to try to bluff Ding or put pressure on him, because the pressure was in the position. So again, I just want to like reiterate that these aren't chess mistakes. This is not about chess anymore. This is just about psychology and keeping it together under really strong pressure of a world championship match. That's purely what this is. Obviously, both of these guys know the complexity is super intense in this position. So just by pure logic, not even thinking about the position, in complex positions, you need to take time to figure out the right path for anyone. Nobody will intuitively, unless you're obviously an engine. And we even see the engine sometimes, you know, adjust its evaluation based on the amount of time it takes to think. So if even an engine is confused here, how can a human not be, right? These guys really should have been taking more time, especially Jan, because Ding, I understand bad position, you want to kind of blitz it out, standard sort of practice for defense to try to blitz your opponent, but for Jan, really, he dropped the ball by not taking more time.
And you see Ding, by the way, right there?
Yeah, Robert, I was just about to say the same thing. Ding, a couple of minutes back, looked like he was about to make a move, but he looks so uneasy right now. He looks like he's so much under pressure, feeling the heat of the moment, and that's what he has to make sure doesn't happen. He still has some critical choices to make. He still has some big decisions to make. He reaches out and makes the move queen to bishop to g2, retreating with the bishop. That kind of fights against the ideas of f3, defends that h3 pawn. I see our eval bar still pretty much remains around the even point. But Ding there, Robert, definitely giving signs that he's not feeling confident currently in this position.
Yeah, it's a different kind of pressure because earlier in this game, he was in under big pressure. He was probably almost lost over the board. Now he's under pressure because he knows he's escaped. And he's like, I'm right back in this, but I still need to win. I still need to reach move 40. I only have 13 minutes left. I don't mind bishop g2. I don't care if the engine says it's a mistake because black's best move might be something that's hard to find. And this position is really one where I don't want to play it ever. I'm looking at this, I'm scared because with both sides I would make 20,000 mistakes and you don't even get 20,000 moves. So I'm just looking at this and I just don't blame either player, but I do agree with Fabi. Earlier, Jan should have slowed down. That was the big turning point in this game. If Jan had slowed down, he would not have given all this counterplay because Ding's position is just more free, it's more flowing, it's just more fun for him to play. So, by the way, let's talk about bad pieces. There's a rook on h6. Earlier, that was an aggressive piece. Now it can't move. It's stuck over here, staring into a knight that's well defended by a pawn. The bishop back to g2 took f5 out of the equation. You want to play f5 in many of these positions, you're just going to drop this pawn on e6. That is not acceptable. So what does black do here? d5 is still a threat in most of these positions with the king over here on h8. This is really tough positioning. And I think that Ding did not want to allow the bishop to e5. And that's why he first brought his bishop back. So d5 can no longer be met by bishop e5.
And Jan answers your question. What does black want to do? He brings the queen back into the attack. He was on the offense, went back to defend the rook on the defense, and now back to the offensive place. Queen h4, so still hitting ideas of the h3 pawn, but more importantly, the f2 pawn. Super tender there. And Ding takes an immediate decision. He just simply guards it, passes the ball back to Jan, saying, I've got the ideas of d5, all the points that you were making earlier, Robert. And it's, again, practical problems, but this time for Jan to solve.
I'm really tempted by white to play d5. I understand why he's keeping it in reserve, and it makes sense to. But positionally speaking, if white can force d5, e5, which it seems to do, that black kind of has to play e5 after d5, this is a great thing for white. No, I mean, like, endgames suddenly are probably winning for white. As you mentioned, Robert, that rook on h6 is really in bad shape. I mean, it's not trapped. It does perform some useful functions in terms of if the knight on h5 moves, then obviously the rook can become an attacking piece. But if we imagined that the queens came off the board and white had bishop to f3, like, the rook also can get trapped potentially with g5. So it's very often in danger of getting just lost on h6. And what does black do here after rook e2? It's not obvious the next move.
Well, I think this is why he didn't play d5. Quick little analysis here. It's not going to be long, but for everybody wondering, why wouldn't you just give a check? Sometimes it's better to store. The threat is better than the execution. After d5, e5, black can successfully play f5 in the near future, and that's scary for the white king in the corner. But in the game, after rook to e2, a very quiet move, if you play f5, now the rook, which was defending, says thank you very much for the pawn, and d5 will result in a mating attack against the king. So I actually really like rook e2. It takes away black's main offensive threat and says you need to find a move because you're not going to sacrifice an exchange. I can just take right back and my king is perfectly safe thanks to the bishop. And let's not forget that white is up a pawn on the queen side. If black just shuffles back and forth, at some point white can throw those pawns up the board and try to get a pass pawn. So I'm really worried for Jan Nepomniachtchi. I know he's up 7 minutes, but I really feel like his position is far more difficult to play. I'm struggling to see moves here. You just brought your queen to h4. That's a good square, but you're not threatening anything. This rook on f8, does it have to stay here for some reason? Can it move to a square like d8? I don't even know if that does anything.
Yeah, if I were Jan here, I would be in a state of panic. This is a position where you need to immediately generate ideas, or you could easily lose the game. Because, yeah, it's only the dynamic factors that can maybe save you here. You're down material. So that's the first thing. That white is up a pawn. Black is the one who needs to prove compensation. And the other thing is that the d5 idea at any moment could result in your king getting mated. So you have to both create counterplay and keep an eye on your king, which is very weak. And I don't see how to do it. f5 is like the most obvious move. I'm actually thinking about some kind of crazy a5 here. Just because I plays f5?
F5.
It's
on
losing
the
the spot!
And oh my gosh,
Rook takes e6?
drops another pawn.
What does
That's
he
the
want?
third pawn that Jan gives up.
F takes g4, let's d5, bishop e5, rook e5. I don't see the idea there for black. It's
What
just
is he
checkmate,
doing?
no?
I'm shocked. I'm
Is
confused.
Is this Jan on tilt?
Rook e6, I don't understand it. F3 is his idea?
So f3. So we need to analyze this.
It
Rook
has to be
e6.
F3, otherwise you resign, no? F3 or
Right,
you
'cause
resign?
d5 is devastating. So f3. So your point, just to show that white could get checkmated if your bishop were to take. That would be silly because you get checkmated in one. Okay, so f3. If queen takes f3, you're trying to take on g4 and expose an attack against this queen over
It has an easy refutation. d5, bishop to e5, rook takes e5, f takes g2, and I think just maybe king g2 also wins, but king h2 is a very simple solution, I think. And yeah, the king is safe. F takes g4 leads to mate after rook to f5, among probably other moves as well. Or rook g5, whatever you want. Knight takes e5, queen e5 will, yeah, white is...
And he played it. He played rook e6.
The board.
This is complete craziness. I
This
can't
is bizarre.
imagine this.
This is bizarre. I don't know what Jan has been doing for the last 5 moves, but it's been an absolute disaster. Every single move he's lost out on an advantage, given the chance to Ding to strike back. And did you see that? Ding actually looked at Jan. He looked at Jan there with this puzzled expression. Jan has blown this away. Rook e6 on the board. No way for Jan to come back. If f3 doesn't work, that is the third pawn that Jan has just given to Ding for free. What is this? This is supposed to be a world championship match.
And this is why Ding Liren played rook e2. That was a really subtle idea. It was just defending, of course, a pawn that was under attack. But he made it so Jan could not successfully play this active move f5. So I think that Ding Liren deserves a ton of credit. Yes, Jan Nepomniachtchi is absolutely collapsing at this stage of the World Championship Game 12. But Ding has created some problems for Jan. Jan's created problems for himself as well. And now the game is just over. There's no way to save this king.
Did you see Jan there? It looked like he was so angry at himself for what he allowed. He couldn't even look at the board. He was just talking to himself, just in complete disbelief of how he's just left the title, the World Championship crown, just slip out of his hand in this game 12. Jan Nepomniachtchi feeling the heat. Ding Liren in driving seat is not just about losing this game and Ding striking back. But if that was to happen at this moment, Jan knowing what he messed up, Fabi, the momentum of the match will completely shift in Ding's favor with this comeback.
Yeah, it's difficult to because on the one hand, I really feel for Jan in this moment. It's clear the pressure got to him, and I think that it got to him because he probably realized that he was on the verge of winning a game which would probably win him the match. We can't say with certainty, but with great likelihood, 2-point margin would be too much to handle. And at that very moment, when we were already calling for, like, maybe Jan is going to become world champion very soon, every move, like, we can basically criticize pretty much every move he made. It became like a bullet game, just instant moves, and within the span of 10 moves, at least like 7 serious mistakes. Just very, like, the quality just went basically to 0. So, and with 40 minutes on the clock, not like when Ding collapsed in game 7, it was shocking, but it was still very much associated with time, trouble, panic. This was unprovoked mistakes. Just pressure of the match dictated what happened in the end of this game. And now he's of course, as soon as rook takes e6 happened, he understood what he had done to his position, but it was already headed that direction. Like he had gone from completely winning to like, just compare the position before b4 and before f5. It's the same position without his b and c pawns, exactly the same. He's just missing his b and c pawns. Besides that, the position is identical. We've maneuvered a lot, but the b and c pawns somehow magically disappeared from the board, and obviously something went pretty wrong for that to happen. So
Yes.
yeah, just he's definitely kicking himself. Who knows what this means for the rest
This
of
is
the match.
heartbreaking to watch. To watch Jan right now is pain, because he can feel it. He's talking to himself. He's not being able to look at the board. This was a big missed opportunity. Jan Nepomniachtchi from a completely winning position, and it was flawlessly played by Jan up to that point. Ding hanging on by a thread, and then just a bad move, one after the other, has seen a complete collapse. And at this World Championship stage, I'm not used to seeing something like this. We usually see play which is, we've seen the highest accuracy by these two players in the previous games. And Robert, this has been shocking and currently just heartbreaking to watch Jan on the board.
It's been shocking, but if you think of the match overall, is this the first time where Ding Liren received some luck? Because when I think of Game 7, where he got in time trouble, he was the one who was outplaying Jan Nepomniachtchi. In Game 8, he had a winning position. Now, Jan put up some very stubborn defense, but Ding Liren outplayed him, had a winning position, and didn't win the game. So I feel like this actually is a moment where Ding Liren is experiencing some fortune because his position was terrible, and it happens to be very late in the match, and we'll get some recency bias. But if I think for a second and look at the match as a whole, Ding Liren, I didn't think he deserved to be trailing based on the way he played. So I feel like for Ding Liren, this is a huge moment. He is bouncing back. He is about to level this match up. And I wouldn't say he is undeserving of being 6-6 after game 12. So he could have lost the match in this game, and that is fortunate for him. But if I just take a step back, if I look at the match as a whole, Ding Liren has not been a worse player. I think they've been very level, and so a 6-6 score feels about right.
Yeah, I don't think that we can talk about luck, because this has been up and down, and for sure Ding is not lucky to be in this position. Or, I mean, maybe considering what the position was 30 minutes ago, we can say that, but as a whole, yeah. Obviously, he's counting his lucky stars because things could have been a lot worse, but, both these guys made mistakes throughout this match. They had their chances, they missed their chances as well. I can think of like one moment where Jan will definitely regret earlier in the match, which was when he decided to take the exchange, right? And he allowed this monster knight on f5 and in the English game, reverse Sicilian game earlier in the match. I think it was probably game 4. So there's definitely some moments they can both regret so far. For Ding, of course, game 7 and game 8, that was a nightmare stretch for him, because he could have been 2 out of 2 instead of half out of 2 from those 2 games.
Oh my God. What we're witnessing right now is just, it's unsurpassed. It's something that we haven't seen happen before. This, to me, looks like Ding has used up one of his 9 lives today, surviving this one. And simply because Jan played such a great game from the start. He took his chances. He went for short castle. He went into that deep dark forest we keep coming back to of complications. He did not shy away from it. Some brave, fearless decisions. I'm still thinking, Robert, how do you explain the last few moves by Jan being so close to it, but move by move, just undoing everything that you've created, being so close to becoming world champion? Yes, not for certainty, but for all practical purposes, it was clear. And Jan right now is fighting the demons in his head, because he's also thinking about what he's missed out on his game. Not just the fact that he's completely lost, but the fact that he perhaps lost the World Championship title with this game.
It's an impossible question to answer, and the reason why is it's an impossible experience, impossible situation to replicate without being in the World Championship stage. Now, we have somebody who played a World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. That's Fabiano with us, but I think one of the big differences is that Jan Nepomniachtchi had the lead, and he was about to make it a 2-point lead. And so, Fabi, I mean, you can maybe comment on this. I don't know, it's kind of speculation to some extent, but nerves had to be a huge factor, and the exhaustion after playing now a 12th game of chess. You know that these players have been giving it their all. They really must be just out of gas.
Yeah, exhaustion is definitely playing a huge part in this. And I think also the weight of the moment, because for sure Jan realized, like, some part of him understood that he's very, very close in this game to winning the game and to making that huge step forward to becoming world champion. And the weight of that also can weigh on you. It can get in your head a bit. The excitement of potentially winning, also a brilliant game. I'm sure he felt like he was playing a brilliant game. Winning a brilliant game with the black pieces. The whole narrative of it is in your head, like I'm going to win a world championship match with one of the best games I've ever played. You know, just slowly outplaying a player as good as Ding from an equal position, like just from the opening, equal, maybe even slightly worse from black. So all of this was in his head. I'm sure that this contributed in great part to why. And I can feel. I think all of us, everyone in the chat, can also feel the pain of losing a chess game. We've all been there. So
this is brutal. This is brutal. It's the pain, the beauty of chess, but also just how cruel a game it is, and we can see that on Jan right now. And Robert, he's fighting a bad position, but right now he's fighting his mind. And how difficult is it for him to even try to create chances here? If we just look at it from a practical purpose, is there a way now for Jan to try to hold it, or is it completely a lost cause?
He might resign. No, this game is over, and he knows it. I mean, I don't know if this was just he forgot the e6 pawn was hanging directly, or if he was relying on something, but there isn't anything here. And I feel for Jan. I mean, you look at him, right? He is absolutely devastated because he had a world championship title just right there in his hands, and it just fell out of his grasp. And now all of a sudden, he's dead lost in this game. It's about to be 6-6. He does get the white pieces tomorrow, but his mentality has to shift. He needs to play for a win. He needs to play something, not, he doesn't have to go all in, of course, but he needs to start playing ambitiously, whereas if he had drawn today, or if he had won today, he would have just played a solid game. So I think he's just going back in this game thinking, what was I doing? How could I not get the most out of this position? How could I not win? But he is going to resign. He is going to lose this game, and he will need to clear his head for tomorrow.
Jan is in agony right now.
Yeah, there's no way to fight. D5 is coming no matter what move you make. It's just D5 next. It's there's nothing left, no hope left for black. Yeah, this is. I think his task now will be to recover mentally from this one. This is going to be a tough one to recover from.
And just to push back on that, that's exactly what it was, right, Fabi? It's not just about Ding making his comeback in this match, but Jan being so close to closing the match. Having a winning position with the black pieces, Jan did it once in game 2. He took the first win with black, and he almost did it at the most critical point. Almost being the key word here. But it just looked like he went suddenly on a self-destruct mode. Did he start playing on Ding's clock? Was he so confident that he was blitzing out moves and overlooking things? Questions which not only we are asking as commentators, as chat, but Jan also has to answer for himself what happened. And of course, if Ding takes this one, Jan will not even have time. There's no rest day to recover before the next game. And look at Jan. He's unable to look at the position right now.
Yeah. I think that, yeah, I've had these moments as well where you do something and then afterwards you're like, how could I have possibly done this? And then it's just going through your head, like all the moments in the game where there was some good move, some good chance, or just thinking back on that position after a4, like, why didn't I just play a6 and let my opponent stir in his thoughts of how to create some counterplay rather than. I think we really need to maybe go back to that moment in the analysis because, like, this is just a ruin of a position.
Yeah.
And we might see, Robert, as you mentioned, a resignation here because it's difficult to even come up with a move for Black.
Wow. And he's been in a 13-minute think, but again, it's not just the lines. It's just hard to come up with a response currently with the black pieces. Rook takes e6, picking up that third pawn by Ding Liren has just left Yan with a completely lost, busted position here, which means that Ding is right now staring at a comeback for the third time. Yan continues to be in disbelief. He is running down on the clock as well. We haven't seen that happen, something that Yan probably did not expect it, even in the worst nightmare from the position that he was coming from. He's down to 5.5 minutes on the clock, but it's not about the clock. The position is completely lost for Black. The threat of d5 on the board, nothing saving Black's king. Yan was the one who was on the attack throughout, putting that pressure on Ding's king, and Ding also realizes it. He knows he's keeping his calm, he's keeping his composure, but this is a big moment for Ding as he's staring at his third comeback at a very critical moment where he will equalize the match going into the final 2 games of the World Championship.
And you can see it on, in Ding, and he just is more determined than ever. He had his back against the proverbial wall. He was in trouble. He went for it. It was backfiring. Everything was going wrong for him, but he fought very hard to get back into this game. And Jan, he was his own worst enemy. That quick decision making, something we've said about Jan in the past. We thought that he's changed a lot, winning the candidates twice, playing a World Championship match back in 2021 against Magnus Carlsen. But sometimes, our worst habits come back at the worst possible moment. And Jan is going to be very upset with himself for some of his quick decisions, allowing Ding Liren some much needed counterplay. And right now, Jan has no counterplay of his own. He is down material. He is down on time. His king is about to be knocked down because he might just resign here. This is 1-0, and that means we'll have a 6-6 match.
Yeah, I think it's... I do kind of see a move to resign. It suddenly came to me. It's the move knight to e5. Because if rook h6, knight g4, there's the d5 is knight by bishop e5. There's actually a threat of knight takes f2. It's a pretty strong threat. It probably doesn't work out for Black anyway. But,
Bobby, I think at this point, Jan is just incapable of making a move right now. He's just in complete shock.
No, I'm just trying to find some move not to resign the game on the spot, at least to create the chance for a mistake for your opponent. But after knight e5, I think rook takes e5 is just very, very clinical and easily crushing Black. So even knight e5, and that would be a great, I think, bullet try. I mean, Hikaru would play that and probably win in Title Tuesday if he were doing that. But yeah, here it's not too difficult to refute.
It's painful to watch this, honestly. I'm looking at Jan. I'm seeing that just pure devastation, that anger. It gets to you. I mean, as a fan of chess, in addition to commentating, you always want to see great games, all these great fighters. But it's painful as somebody who's played a lot of chess to lose a game like this. I mean, I've never been on this stage, of course, Fabi, you have been. But I think we kind of all can understand what Jan is going. It's a very human moment, and I feel for him. Even though if you're a Ding Liren fan, you're thrilled. I think even then you're still upset for Jan just because of how he's feeling right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously very, very painful to lose in general, and especially on the biggest stage. And yeah, we saw exchange sack, queen takes h5, will likely maybe f3. I don't know. F3, d5 seems d5, bishop e5, rook e5. There's a little bit to calculate. F takes g2, king takes g2, knight f4. The king runs. Instead, he takes, I think, d5 here, followed by d6 is very clinical. King g8, d6, and that's the black king is getting hunted, and white is up a lot of material. So d6 quickly played and resigned.
Handshakes, and that is it. D6 on the board. It is game over. Ding Liren comes back in the match after a lot of twists and turns in this one. Jan Nepomniachtchi resigns in that position. Wow, we've got a match on our hands.
I'm impressed that Jan is willing to discuss the game after, because obviously it's such a bad moment for him in this match, and he must be completely disgusted with how it all ended today.
That was a big heartbreak moment for Jan, who was completely winning, and he was better for the most part of the game. But Ding Liren, hanging by a thread, used his opportunity. We saw a collapse by Jan, move after move. And with that, going into game 13, it means we've got the level score. And of course, now for Jan as well, dealing with this psychologically, not just the result, but the way the game went, how close he was to actually wrapping up the match. This is going to be a tough night for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to be able to sleep, and I definitely don't know how he's going to be able to answer questions in that press conference. But Ding Liren is back in it, so as much sadness as Jan Nepomniachtchi has, there's a bit of schadenfreude where it's going to be a thrilling experience for Ding Liren, because he was about to be eliminated. Now he is leveled up. He has tied this match, and I mean, this was a very interesting game, even though it was imperfect.
And it started with a slow opening, but we saw so many critical moments in this one. Fabi, take us through the action and the big moments that we had where Jan could have actually wrapped up the game.
It feels like a million years ago when we were discussing the intricacies of this unusual bishop d7 move. But so much happened in this game that the opening feels like a distant memory. So bishop to d3 happened here, knight to c6, short castle, bishop to g4. And we were discussing the best way to play for both sides, but perhaps Ding did not find the best way in this position. Rook to e1, he played e6, knight to f1, bishop d6, and here a very interesting move by Ding, bishop to g5. This was actually kind of an important branching moment, because although bishop g5 or knight g3 are both fine moves, this is the one that started the whole craziness that persisted for the rest of the game. Short castle, excellent move by Jan, and he continued to play excellently. Bishop takes f6, gf6, knight to g3, f5. We were kind of expecting this might happen. h3, bishop f3, queen f3, and here to avoid the potential knight takes f5 sacrifice, Jan played knight to e7, very interesting move. Inviting knight h5, as played by Ding, king to h8, g4. Obviously, both sides are staking out their way to attack on the king side now. g4 played, rook to g8 played to stop gf5, and after king to h1, knight to g6. Excellent move. Here we started to see the difficulties for Ding, as knight to h4 was coming on the board, and he started to maybe drift a little bit. Yeah, gf5 met by knight h4 indeed.
I just want to show this one more time because it was such a brilliant tactical variation where this looks winning for white, but in fact, black gets there first, throwing a check, throwing another check, and then the moves that were really difficult is bishop e7, stopping the white queen from checking here and delivering mate. And after f6, it looks like mate or a win of a piece is unavoidable, but there is some brilliant stuff. Knight f5, cutting off circulation between queen and bishop on h7. And if you take this knight, which is attacking the queen, then you get checkmated because queen c4 takes away the king's escape route. And after rook e2, rook h1 is mate. So this was a gorgeous tactical possibilities. Didn't happen, but still worth showing.
Yeah, this was one of the lines we were fascinated with, and instead Ding played bishop c2, although we were speculating that maybe rook to g1 was a better move. And after bishop c2, Jan started to play absolutely brilliant chess. Knight to h4. The queen moved. Now rook to g6 came. And now he played rook to g1, yeah, that's right. And f4, queen d3, and now queen to e7. Excellent idea of putting the queen on g5. I mean, all of these moves were perfect. It's like brilliant. He's just blockading on the dark squares and slowly going to break through on the king side with an attack. Rook e1, queen g5. And in desperation, Ding played c4, a pawn sacrifice, which probably doesn't work out, but the pressure was mounting, so maybe a practical decision. This wasn't a bad one. dc4, queen c3. he's eyeing some d5 ideas, but Jan played an excellent move. b5, not worried about bishop takes g6, because after h6 the knight on h5 would be trapped. Now Ding played the move a4. Very logical, and I think this was a crucial moment in the game. If Jan had played a6,
We will come back to that. We've got the players in the press conference. Let's head over to Astana.
Hello everyone, welcome at the press conference of the round 12. Today the game was won by Ding Liren and the current score is tied 6-6. My first question goes to Ding. Around move 28 to 30, moves both sides, you started to blitz out the moves and there were a lot of inaccuracies. And there is a quote from Fabiano Caruana who said, "There is no longer about chess, it's pure nerves. Every move is a mistake now." Would you agree to this statement?
Well, I agree with the first part of his words. It's not about chess, since I know the quality is very low, but actually I'm not so nervous at the point. I just thought at one point I feel it's total silence in the playing hall, and I didn't feel anybody watching the games. It seems the playing field, well, it seems to be the very important game, but I didn't feel it at all. I have to told myself that it's quite important. I have to focus on. I didn't feel any kinds of emotional at that point. But the game itself is quite bad. I think my mistake comes earlier as bishop c2. I should have played rook g1, I guess. Bishop h2 and then rook f1. Maybe that's an improvement over the game.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Jan, would you agree to this statement of Fabiano Caruana that it's no longer about chess, but it's about the nerves now?
No, I guess it's still about chess, and not the best thing to do, like to lose supposedly winning position. I guess after c4, like something like rook c8, provoking c5 would be like very, very clean. And then basically white has no counterplay, so it's pretty much, in my opinion, pretty much over, since cd5 doesn't work. But I somehow decided to go for some forcing lines and met the consequences. So, I think it's pretty much chess, but at some point, of course, it was a big mess. Once I found out that, okay, this... I'm not sure. After bishop e4, so strangely, I didn't see like any ideas for me anymore. So perhaps, okay, what I did was reasonable, but clearly it was an important moment. So, but happens.
Thank you. Ding, at what moment have you realized that the tables turned on your side?
Well, I didn't understand his choice b4 and then didn't follow by knight f3. That gave me very easier play, and my queen had developed to a very good square. So, but after bishop e4, I realized I was maybe already better at that point.
Right. Have you considered actually to capture the rook on g6 instead of playing queen to b7?
If it takes.
So you considered, but you disliked that move?
Yeah, I considered a little bit. Yeah, but I think when I saw queen b7, then followed by bishop e4, I thought it's quite good for white.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. One last question from me, and then we'll go to press. Just the questions. Jan, you played very sharp moves and got a great advantage on the king side. When did things started to go wrong exactly for you?
As I mentioned already, yeah, probably the whole concept, like with capturing on c4 was unnecessary, so like rook c8 and keeping the center closed. I guess it was pretty much it, but yeah, what to do?
Okay, fair enough. Do we have questions now in the press? Please, Leoncho.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. Today I have the same question for both. Millions of chess amateurs all over the world were following the game with the help of very powerful computers, which were saying that black was winning for a lot of time, and then at a certain moment that white was winning. But both of you are human beings, so I think it will be very interesting if you can explain as best as possible how were your feelings during the critical part of the game. For instance, Ian, did you feel completely winning? Liren, did you feel totally lost?
Let's start first, Jan, with you.
Yeah, indeed, it looks like winning. I think the whole like attack on the king side doesn't work here, but yeah, it looked promising. Yeah, but still, you like even if you are winning, you still got to be precise till the end, and clearly I wasn't precise today.
What about you, Ding?
Well, I thought I was better out of the opening, but after he played a series of very good moves, the table had turned around, and I realized after he played f4, and then queen e7 quite strong, also queen g5 the best. After that, I thought I was nearly lost, so I have to complicate the waters by playing c4, queen c3.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Эльмира Мирзоева, телеканал Матч ТВ. Вопрос к Яну Непомнящему. Ян, вообще в целом вы были довольны тем, как сложился для вас именно дебют, вот этот маневр слон d7, слон g4, вы перед этим думали, вспоминали, то есть это то, что называется, играли по книге?
Jan, the question is to you. My name is Elmira Mirzoeva from Match TV channel. Jan, were you glad with your moves, bishop d7 and then bishop g4? So did you play by the book? Could you explain?
Yeah, I guess, да, я полагаю, что...
Jan, please answer in Russian and we will translate, yes.
Да, ну, вроде бы, это, мне кажется, часть подготовки, по крайней мере, итогами дебюта я был доволен.
It was part of my preparation, and by the results of the debut, I was happy with.
Right, next question.
And I have a question to Dean. Dean, were you surprised with bishop d7, bishop g4, all this maneuver? Have you seen it before?
I'm quite happy to see bishop d7 come over the board when I was sitting in the rest room, because maybe he's worried about bishop b5 if he played knight c6, but actually knight c6 was the best move according to my analysis, so it means he's a tempo down comparing to the normal position.
Thank you. Do we have a next question?
Hello, Maria Milyanova, chess.com. I have a question for Ding. On the move 12, when you took on f6, you spent half an hour thinking on that move. Coincidentally, it's also move 12 in the second game where you did not expect the capture on f6. Is there any psychology behind thinking for so long on that move, or is it completely irrelevant?
Well, I was choosing between bishop f6 and knight g3. On knight g3, I saw knight h5, h3, bishop takes, queen takes, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. And then maybe rook e3, but here maybe bishop d6 also works. So I have to choose between these two seemingly equal variations. It's very hard to decide which one is better. In the end, I think maybe just have to take the knight first.
So you were just thinking about the lines. There's nothing psychological.
Yeah, but after he takes the pawn, it reminds me a little bit
it did remind you
of the games.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more questions in press? I would ask myself one question to Jan. If you were surprised by the opening choice of Ding when he played movie 3 call system, as it has a reputation that it's not so ambitious move.
No, I wasn't surprised.
You're prepared for it?
A little.
All right. Next question.
Hi, Aditya from Chessbase India. Question to Ding. When you went A4, if Nepo had gone for A6, what was your idea?
Yes, A4, A6, maybe take D5, E5, and Rook A1.
Did you see that on the board, or was that your preparation?
No. it's already in the middle game. I was totally lost. No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think now it's time of the Twitter segment. Please, Jesse, bring the questions.
Jesse February here. My first question is for Jan. What were you discussing at the board right after the game?
I guess instead of f5, which was not so fortunate, I also calculated f3, queen f3, f5, but yeah, we discussed some lines afterwards.
And for both of you, if the games were to go to the tiebreak, which time control would you feel more comfortable playing? What do you think the odds would be?
I think we will go with you first.
Well, I'm quite happy to play 25 plus 10 seconds with 4 rounds. Yeah, yeah, because I have played many tournaments like this time control.
Right, Jan?
I mean, there are like 2 classical games, so that's not the time to think about it.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
My last question is for Jan. This is not the first time you've managed to open up the G file and used it to attack. Did you feel you were better at any point after G takes?
Yeah, good question. I think after knight G6, okay, after all this G4 plan, Black is massively better. Might be not winning, but surely Black has an upper hand. And I guess the fun part that, like, I guess instead of 5, okay, F3, Queen F3, F5, Queen E3, like, whatever, like Knight F4 takes and F takes G4. Should also be quite alright for Black, but yeah, happens, as I said.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? This can be the last chance for the press to ask the question. Otherwise, I would like to conclude today's press conference. Tomorrow, the round 13 will start at 3 p.m. local time. So thank you very much.
Ding Liren wins game 12. With that, he is back in the match. The only decisive game of the second half comes at a very critical moment, and what a game this was. With that win, we've got a level score with 6-6. Jan Nepomniachtchi has so much to deal with after what has just happened. We saw them at the press conference. Jan seemed composed given what he had just what we had just experienced, what we have just witnessed. He was frustrated on the board, disappointed, angry with what had just happened. And after 5 draws, we get 1 decisive game, a big win. 4 draws. We get a big win by Ding Liren. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabi, in your experience, the match is level, far from over. What does he need to do to get back from what happened today?
Well, I could say my match was the same after 12 games, the same score, but we had gotten there in slightly different ways. Yeah, and there were some adventures in my match, but nothing like this. I can't think of a World Championship match this adventurous until maybe going back to 2006 to Paul of Kramnik. I mean, that was this level of crazy, but this is pretty wild stuff. And at the moment, Ding definitely has the upper hand in terms of the psychology. I'm sure that he's absolutely thrilled. I mean, he could have basically been out of it, and now it's pure 50-50. If we look at the numbers, if we think about what happened to get there today, the chance that Jan had, and how he'll probably be ruminating over that for the rest of the night, we can speculate about how that will affect him. We have seen the players have shown a tendency to come back from tough losses, and they've struck back very often in the very next game. Will that happen tomorrow? It's impossible to say, but definitely will be exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, those draws were just the calm before the storm because today's game was topsy-turvy. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he had the World Championship match. I mean, he was so close to pretty much winning it today, and yet he slipped. Ding Liren, much more confident now than he could have been during this game, and he's got great chances. He does have the black pieces tomorrow. As Fabi said, we saw earlier in the match they were trading decisive victories. First, Ding would won game 4, then Jan in game 5, Ding in game 6, Jan in game 7. So Jan has proven that he can win the day after a loss. He is able to bounce back, but I think this is heartbreaking. I don't just think he'll be ruminating on it tonight. I think he's going to be thinking about this game for the rest of his life and whether or not he does eventually become the world champion. So it was a really hectic game. The fans were treated to chaos, but I think the players, I mean, they're going to need to find a way to settle down because tomorrow is a whole new day.
And a really big one. And unfortunately for Jan, no rest days, no time to recover from what he went through today. We could see the agony in him, so close to actually just closing down the match with a move after move collapse. And Ding Liren took that point. Now, Ding will be playing with the black pieces. The good news for Jan is that he starts tomorrow with white. What are you expecting, Fabi, with the action that we've seen today? Will Jan try to create his chances and try to take risks with white, or will he just want to stop the bleeding?
I think we will see first move e4. I think Jan should stick to his guns and probably will stick to his guns. At the moment, it doesn't make sense to take huge risks because at the moment, after such a traumatic game, of course, if you get chances, take them, but don't try to push too hard. Don't try to force the matter because 2 draws and going to a playoff. At this point, I think Jan should be happy with that, and we wouldn't have said that yesterday, but he doesn't want to spiral out of control, to go on tilt, as they say. I think that he should, still play ambitiously tomorrow, but not in a way where he ever risks losing control. His number one priority should be quality, good chess, and keeping control of the situation.
As he has to keep things under control, and he doesn't have that much time to recover. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ding Liren, 2 incredible fighters. They will be back tomorrow for a very crucial game 13. We still have 2 classical games. The players gave their thoughts on the tie breaks, on what happens, their feelings if it went into playoff. And Jan mentioned, well, we still have 2 classical games. It is too early to call. Robert, what are the chances of this match actually going into the playoffs?
It's impossible to predict at this point because we didn't think that Ding Liren was going to win this game, and he did. It's 6-6. So by the scoreboard, if we just looked at that, we'd say great chances. Typically at the highest level, they draw a lot. So we might see a couple draws, a split point, and then we will end our World Championship in tiebreaks. But I just don't know what to expect anymore. I don't know if Jan will be able to rebound, recover from today's debacle, or if Ding Liren, with his newfound confidence, if he can try to hold tomorrow and win game 14. There's a lot that remains to be seen.
This kind of back and forth, these kind of comebacks, this kind of chess we haven't seen at the World Championship. Well, Fabi, you mentioned you have to go back in history to the 2006 World Championship match between Veselin Topalov and Vladimir Kramnik to think of this level of drama that we're experiencing at the World Championship between Jan and Ding. What do you think is going on? What's the reason for that, Fabi?
Well, at this point, I really think tiredness and nerves plays a huge part. And although Jan said that it was still mostly about the chess, I think Ding was more on the spot with his assessment that it is probably about nerves, and that although the quality was low, right now it's going to be a battle of who can hold it together best. And we can only imagine how tired you are after 12 games of back and forth, tough, a lot of emotions, especially, and we know that emotional games where you're losing or you're winning, or there's those emotional swings that saps a lot of your nervous energy. So they've had to deal with a lot of that throughout the match, multiple times by now. And today is like the culmination of all that crazy stuff. And I think today will be exhausting for both of them because Ding, he won, but for sure it sapped a lot of his emotional and mental energy because he also realized that he was on the verge of losing, and the excitement of winning as well. All of that is definitely an addition to the stress. For Jan, of course, yeah, I can't imagine how he feels. I mean, it must be completely heartbreaking, um, especially as he knows that he was winning. He felt it. We all knew that he was on the verge of winning that game, and it just fell apart at that super crucial moment when he was so close to the finish line, at least in this game and potentially in the entire match.
Yeah, and I mean, I just had a thought based on what you were saying before, Fabi, about this World Championship and how it's so decisive. Tanya, your question. I think this is a rarity, right? We're having a World Championship where the best player in the world is not taking part. And so we don't see maybe as accurate chess as we would if Magnus Carlsen were playing. That's no disrespect meant towards the players. It's just objective fact that Magnus Carlsen, he has been the best player for a long time now. He was the world champion. He decided not to take part. So it's been fun. It's a roller coaster ride, and I'm happy to be on it. But I think maybe for some out there, they're looking at this match and they're saying, I enjoy the fighting chess we're seeing. I like the decisive games, but maybe in some ways the world championship title is a bit diminished without Magnus Carlsen taking part. I'm not sure.
Food for thought there. But Robert, for me, this has been a really emotional day. I have to say, the kind of chess we saw, it just felt like excellent play by both these players. And no matter who you're rooting for in this World Championship match, your team Ding or your team Nepo, it just feels like today you've got a feel for Jan. It just felt absolutely heartbreaking to watch him in those last moments of the game. And indeed, he's got a tough task ahead of him. With 2 classical games, he has to overcome his own journey of today. He has to overcome all that happened in the game today, not only thinking about the leveled match that now means he has to start from scratch. Everything that he did, the big win that he had, taking the 1-point lead, keeping it pretty much till the very tail end of the match, and then staring at another win and then letting it slip. It's going to be a tough night for Team Nepo. His task is cut. It's not just about focusing on opening preparation tomorrow, but how important, Fabi, will also be the psychological aspect going into Game 13.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super important, and that's why if I were to advise Jan, and I think that his seconds will probably advise him similarly in this way, that keep it under control. Of course, Jan can play super well. He can play at near perfect chess, as we saw a few games in a row, and also for pretty much the entirety of the game today, playing nearly perfect chess. But you just got to keep your emotions in check, and it cost him very dearly today, but it's still an even match. He has no reason to despair because he missed a big chance for sure to nearly win the match today, but it's still a 50-50 situation. Of course, it's going to be very tough, but you kind of want to approach it just like it's a clean slate, right? Like it's from game 1, we have 2 games. It's a 2-game match. Forget about everything that happened previously, and short match followed by a short tiebreak. It's either of these guys could be world champion in a few days. I wouldn't even venture to guess who at this point.
Had a topsy-turvy day of chess, and I want to give a big shout out to chat who joined us for this match. It's been amazing, Robert and Fabi, calling this out with you guys. You guys have been incredible breaking down the action that these world-class players have been bringing on, getting into their minds and calling it all out. So thank you, Robert. Thank you, Fabi. We will be back with Game 13 action. Chess is beautiful, but equally brutal. And that's what we saw today. We leave you with the emotional roller coaster that was Game 13.
For Ding Liren, I want to see him come out fighting, not make a peaceful, solid draw. He really needs to throw everything but the kitchen sink at Jan Nepomniachtchi today.
I have a feeling 1d4. Come on, Ding. Do this for the chat. Do it for the commentators.
E3. Oh my goodness, he is playing a quiet line.
This is known as the Cole, right? Bishop D7.
I see, Robert, that it's a bad move.
This is honestly a great outcome from the opening for Ding Liren. I am very, very shocked by the fact that he played Bishop B7 and then Bishop G4. It feels like he just gave Ding a tempo for free.
It looks like Jan's the one who's feeling the comfort in this position. I'm getting worried for Ding here. He needs to make a move, and second, he needs to show more confidence in this position.
It sometimes feels unfair in chess when you're like, wait, I thought that I made a good move. Why am I getting a question mark? But this was a mistake. This is a really, really great move from Jan Nepomniachtchi. He played it quickly, he played it confidently, and it's just one of those moves that you need to make in order to become a world champion. Maybe there was a bishop takes g6 that should have been played first, but he plays bishop b8, does Jan Nepomniachtchi, and oh my goodness!
Whoa!
The evaluation bar went all the way up in Ding Liren's favor. Queen b7 was Ding's choice. He also doesn't find the best move.
I have to say, these guys are just fried at this point. Like, they've stopped calculating. Plays
Let's
f5?
try F5.
It's
On
losing the
board.
spot!
And oh my gosh!
Rook takes e6?
Drops another pawn.
What does
That's
he
the
want?
third pawn that Jan gives up.
Quickly played and resigned.
Handshakes, and that is it. E6 on the board. Ding Liren comes back in the match. We've got a match on our hands.